chat area. And there it is, recording in progress. Okay. Of course, recording in progress is laying right over my screen here. So, well, that kind of blew me off there, right? All right. So anyway, folks, if you have questions, put them into the chat area. They will be organized to be presented to the speakers who will answer your questions or your concerns. There will also be a musical intermission as we prepare for our afternoon sessions. Joe Beckton, who I mentioned earlier, who is one of our board members, will be playing tributes to the USCT, along with other songs that will take you down memory lane. For the best experience, I'm going to ask that you please place your speaker, put your laptops into the speaker's view. I'm not the most IT type person, okay? So just kind of hanging there with me on that. And probably some of you can probably teach me all about this. Anyway, I want to say thank you to Brenda Barrett, Jeannie Glaser, and also Hunter Winters, who is managing today's technology issues. And what I'm going to do now, and again, thank you for showing up, turning on, and hopefully we can share our information around the country about what we're doing here in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Steve Berg, who is on my list for him to talk to you about our organization and what we're doing and get you up to date on the things that the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is doing. All right. So Steve, you have it from here.
Great. Well, thank you. And it's great to see everyone this morning. My name is Steve Berg. I'm professor of history at Shippensburg University, and I have the honor of being the secretary of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. What I'm going to do briefly is provide the secretary's report, just to give you a little bit of sense of what the organization has been up to in the past year. It has been a really exciting year for Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, and one of the things that has been wonderful for us is just to be connecting with so many people across both the Commonwealth and the nation who are really working on trying to document, protect, preserve African-American cemeteries, and really build a strong collective voice for this work. One of the things that has been an important goal of the organization, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has been doing this work in part since 2013. Some of the work began earlier, around the 150th anniversary of the Civil War. But one of the things we wanted to do was to really strengthen and improve the organization of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. So one of the things that we did in the last year is really focus on creating a nonprofit organization. And so we actually started in the spring of last year, submitting an application to the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, drafting bylaws, creating a more structured board structure. And I am happy to report that Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds in June of 2021 did receive our letter from the Secretary of State that we are now a Pennsylvania nonprofit organization. So that was a really big milestone for the group. We have also started trying to improve our presence, particularly our online presence. Brenda Barrett, Jeannie, and Hunter have been working with a web designer to try to improve our website and really strengthen that as a resource. And we also, one of the things that we are planning for the coming year is that Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has largely been a loose collection of people coming together around a common mission. And we really wanted to try to do a bit more to structure the organization in the coming year. So we're hoping to create 2 new opportunities for people to make a more explicit link of support to the organization. We're going to be creating a way for individuals to become supporters of the organization. The other thing that we want to do is create what we're going to call the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds Network, which we would like either specific sites, cemeteries, or groups that support the work to become part of that network, to allow us to publicly state that they're supportive of the group and the mission, and to really strengthen our ability to work collectively, particularly at the state level, to be able to advocate for the preservation of historic cemeteries and burial grounds. So keep your eye out for that. Those things will be coming in the coming year. We continue to receive a lot of calls and emails, basically on a weekly basis, from people across the both state and the nation who are doing this work. I just wanted to mention a couple particularly notable. This past spring, the city of Easton was doing a study to look at how it could re-envision its public parks. And one of the things that they discovered was that the Nesquehoning Street Park in the city of Easton turned out to have been built on an African-American cemetery. People did not know that, but as part of the process of research, that became apparent. And Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, we worked closely with the consulting group that was creating the recommendations for the reuse of the park. It turns out that there was at least one United States Colored Troop veteran who had been buried in that park. And we were happy to see that recognizing that park is an African-American burial ground will be part of the future re-envisioning of that site. I see Anna Smith is here on the call. We got a call from Anna about the Lewiston African-American Memorial Cemetery, and she's going to be talking a little bit about that this afternoon. But it was great. It was a cemetery that we did not know about. So it was nice to be able to put that, make that part of our universe of African-American cemeteries. But they're doing some great work up in Lewistown, and I was happy to go up there and visit with the folks who are doing that work to really talk about some of the, both the restoration work and some of the potential for interpretation and preserving that site. Just this week, for example, I was happy to receive a call from Green Lawn Cemetery in Chester. They are actually doing a service day today, but they're going to be joining us this afternoon, that they're doing a considerable amount of work, both in terms of researching and documenting that site. And Barbara has been working quite extensively with the Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg. But it's great to be building this sense of connection and really bringing people together who are doing this work. One other thing I wanted to quickly mention is that in 2018, here at Shippensburg University, where I'm based, we started what we have been calling the African American Cemetery Documentation Project. Really trying to do research, reach out to stewards, historical societies, to try to find both African-American cemeteries and sites where United States Colored Troop veterans are buried. When we started that work, we had just over 40 cemeteries on our list. I'm happy to report that today we have over 200. So we are really doing great work at being able to find these burial grounds and hopefully continue the work documenting them. In a couple of minutes or later this morning, Jason Herman and Julia Burns, who are working at the Penn Museum, have been working together with Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds to use some of that data to start to map the sites of those cemeteries and be able to interpret that data. But that will be coming up later this morning. The other thing that's been really important for the work we're doing is in 2018, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds began a partnership with the State Historic Preservation Office. We were able to, in 2018, get a National Park Service underrepresented communities grant, which created the State Historic Preservation Office and the Bureau for the State Historic Preservation Office and the State Historic Preservation Board approved what's called a multiple property documentation form, which what that does is it actually creates a process to make it easier for African-American cemeteries and churches in Pennsylvania to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That protects sites from publicly funded development projects, highway projects, but also helps us to recognize the importance of these sites. I'm happy to report that that multiple property documentation form was approved last spring. And as of this point, the Locust Grove Cemetery in Shippensburg, the Mount Tabor Cemetery and Church in Mount Holly Springs, and I heard from the Historic Preservation Office that just recently, now the Lincoln Cemetery in Gettysburg have all been identified as being eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. So this is going to make it much easier for us as we identify and document sites to get them really that national level of recognition as important and historically significant. The other thing that I wanted to mention that's really, I think, a major development in our work is that the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, building on that collaboration with the State Historic Preservation Office, was able to help to encourage the state to see how important it is to be identifying, documenting these historic sites. And so one of the things that is really an amazing, I think Samantha Dorman is going to also talk about this a little bit later this afternoon, but last year, the State Historic Preservation Office launched what they're calling their baseline survey project. What this means is that the state is sending out teams to 52 counties across the state with the specific goal of trying to document resources that have not been otherwise identified by the state and putting them onto the state's official inventory. The top priority in terms of resources that they are going to be identifying are actually African-American cemeteries and churches. So there's literally going to be teams of researchers going out to 52 counties across the state. They are going to be visiting those sites, photographing them, gathering data on them to enter them into the state inventory. There's 17 other counties that are not included in that project, and Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is going to be working with the State Historic Preservation Office to make sure that we get all 67 counties, all the resources in all the 67 counties documented. So I think from our perspective, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, we've had a very good year in terms of moving this work forward, building our network. And I also want to mention that the Penn Museum in particular, Jason Herman has been really a great partner that we've started working with this year, continuing this work of documenting and mapping. And Jason and Julia Burns will talk a little bit about their work very shortly. So if there's any questions, feel free to put those in the chat and I will try to address those. But I wanted to turn things over now to Kelly Lizarraga, who is going to talk a little bit about the work going on at the state level, or the national level. So Kelly, I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here today. I appreciate y'all including me in this conference. And I'm going to be talking about legislation that would help protect and preserve African-American burial grounds and sort of how that legislation came into being, why it looks the way it does, what's happened so far, and what the next steps are. Hopefully we can really push this bill through Congress soon. So let me share my screen here because I've got a PowerPoint with some extra details. Okay, so the African American Burial Grounds Network Act was introduced in the last Congress. It right now has not yet been introduced because the fine details are still being worked out, and I'm going to fill you in on all of that later. But just so you know where I'm coming from, I came into this work as part of my job representing the Coalition for American Heritage before Congress and the federal government. And many members of our group are archaeologists. And the members of the Society for Historical Archaeology, in particular, found that a good bit of their work was in documenting and reviewing sites of African-American burial grounds. And their expertise has been really useful in developing this legislation. Part of their advocacy efforts has been going to Capitol Hill and meeting with their members of Congress. And so I've got one of my favorite pictures here, just because these ladies posed beautifully in front of the Capitol. But we would have advocacy days at least once a year. And these archaeologists would go in and talk with their representatives in Congress. And when they talked about their work, there were two legislators in particular, Congresswoman Alma Adams and Congressman Don McEachin, they're pictured here, who really, they focused in a lot on this issue of African-American burial grounds that were endangered by development. And they were very familiar with a lot of those challenges because they knew of examples in their own congressional districts. You can see McEachin is from Richmond, Virginia, and Alma Adams from Charlotte, North Carolina. So the work that a lot of you all are doing, it was happening in their districts as well. And they would go to community events, they'd be at church, they'd be at political events, what have you, and they would hear about the challenges that the people preserving the cemeteries were facing. So really, by the time that these archaeologists were going in and were talking to the offices, both those members were very much primed, ready to go. Like they already sort of had it in their minds. This is an ongoing issue and something we'd really like to explore. You know, how could the federal government help address this problem? But just to kind of give you the background, all of this was happening during the first 2 years of the Trump administration. So as you recall, it was a Republican Congress, Republican White House, and we knew that any legislation that was being put forward by two Democratic members of the House was going to face really an uphill battle politically. So for inspiration, we looked at programs that the National Park Service was already administering, and I've got those examples here. The National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom, of course, was created in 1988. So the Park Service had a history already of administering that program. And that network honors and promotes the history of resistance to slavery, of course, through escape. And it includes over 680 locations in 39 states. And so what made that such a powerful example, I think, for us was that we saw a program that was already in place that was successfully recognizing a huge variety of sites all across the country, kind of under one umbrella theme. And then right at the beginning of the Trump administration, the African American Civil Rights Network was also created through law. And it does a similar thing, right? But those are sites of civil rights resistance. So the network concept seemed like a really good fit. It tied together all those diverse sites under one overarching theme and allowed for collaboration between individuals, federal government, state government, local governments, tribal organizations, what have you. So as we were talking with the legislators about this idea, you know, one thing everybody really seemed to kind of focus on was that these two existing programs really were honoring the African-American story and the struggle for equality. And we felt like this burial ground network bill was sort of a logical next step in telling that story and telling more full story. You know, another argument that we could make about why there should be federal government involvement in this and not just leave it to the states was that it was really federal law that created the existence of these cemeteries that were unable to be cared for. Because of course, if people were sold in slavery or had less than full rights, they couldn't keep up the burial grounds as much as they wanted to. And so that's been kind of a key piece, because a lot of times you'll hear I'm not going to say opponents, but you'll hear other people just say, well, is this really a federal issue, or could we leave it up to individual states? So this legislation, as it was originally developed, establishes a voluntary network of African-American burial grounds, and voluntary means that the property owner really does have the last say in whether or not the site would be listed. We've heard feedback from property owners, some of whom are concerned that more public listing could possibly threaten their site, that it would bring more people and they'd be concerned about the well-being of the site. And certainly if they didn't want to be listed, they wouldn't have to be. But we also have heard from lots of people, and I would say the sizable majority, who feel like a public listing not only provides that recognition from the federal government about the importance of the site and how much it matters in American history, but that would also empower local governments, developers, planners to really know where these places are so that they could avoid any harm coming to them. The next thing it does is create a National Park Service program that allows cooperation between all these different groups. And what we've really been working on in the last couple of months is strengthening and expanding this section, because we want to really empower the National Park Service to be able to give out grant money to groups so that they can do the kind of projects that they really want to do, but are sometimes hampered by lack of funding. And so that could be anything like education programs. It could be markers for the site. It could be hiring someone to help with landscape planning or with determining the boundaries of the site, really depending on where things are in that land at the time. So going back a little bit in history, this bill in December had been introduced in both the House and the Senate, but the clock was really ticking down and we were almost at the very end of the congressional session. And Sherrod Brown had been a really great sponsor for the bill in the Senate. He has a lot of history with this type of legislation because he was one of the original sponsors for the Underground Railroad Act. And then he was also a lead sponsor for the Civil Rights Network sites. So he and Lamar Alexander from Tennessee were carrying the burial ground bill in the Senate. And the problem that we kept running up against was that when there were hearings in the House or the Senate, the Trump National Park Service appointees kept coming back and saying, no, we couldn't possibly create a new network unless there's first a study of the issue. Now, Congressman McEachin, when they said that to him in the House, he was fiery and he came back and was like, we've been waiting 400 years, we don't need a study for this. But the Trump administration would just not budge. And so in the waning days of that last Congress, Senator Brown said, you know what, let's amend it. Let's pass it as a study act because that gets us one step closer. And it also gives us a legislative history that we can really rest on to say, hey, it's been bipartisan, it's passed the Senate under Republican leadership. So look at all the strong support for this bill. So he successfully got that passed in the Senate in December 2020. It did not, however, have enough time to cross over and get passed in the House of Representatives as well before they adjourned for the year. So when that happens, it means that the bill has to be reintroduced in the next Congress and the whole process sort of restarts. And we're taking advantage of that restart this time around to make some changes. And one of the changes that we're making is that Senator Brown has got to find a new Republican co-sponsor because Senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee has retired. So the person who they're in conversation right now is Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. And Senator Scott had already agreed to introduce the bill in the study form. So right now they're discussing, will he agree to go ahead and introduce it in this new version that is not a study, it would immediately create a network and that also beefs up availability of grants for groups to give. So here is my plug. If anybody has friends or family in South Carolina who would be willing to reach out to Senator Scott and remind him about how important this is, we need all the local voices that we can get. And I'm doing that on my end, trying to find as many groups and people in South Carolina as I can, because we know that this issue matters to Senator Scott. He's been willing to work on it in the past. I know the Gallagher Commission, I believe, had Senator Scott out to visit some burial grounds at one point, and they were actually able to trace his ancestry and show him where some of his ancestors are buried. And that kind of personal connection can be really powerful and really stick in a member's memory. So in terms of what we can expect to happen next, I made a little checklist here, and I put in italics every place where you can be really helpful in moving this bill forward. So we talked about how the bill needs to be introduced by the people who are called the original co-sponsors. So hopefully that's going to be Sherrod Brown and Tim Scott in the Senate, and then Alma Adams and Don McEachin in the House. The bill gets referred to the committee, and then the original co-sponsors, keep inviting other members of Congress to co-sponsor the bill as well. And that's just a really good way to show that the legislation has a lot of support. And that's where we need a lot of help from folks on the ground, because that gives the chance for you to contact your local member and say, hey, this is a site in our district, it really matters, can I get your support? And after the co-sponsors, we're looking to have hearings in House and Senate committees. If the committees pass it, the bill goes to the floor of the House or the Senate and then crosses over to the other one. And sorry, y'all, I nudged something on my computer and skipped ahead. But in terms of the prospects for the bill in this Congress, I think that while it's frustrating, oftentimes to have to start over, to feel like we got so close back in December 2020 and now we have to begin again, we have some real advantages that are with us this time. First of all, like we discussed, that history of it passing in the Senate under what would generally be considered less favorable circumstances, because it was a Republican-controlled Senate at the time, and this bill, while bipartisan, does lean Democratic, and then it has more Democratic members than Republican co-sponsors on it. But now we can say, look, it's bipartisan, it's had a history of passage. It passed as a non-controversial bill, meaning they just kind of voice voted it. Nobody voiced any big problems with it. The Biden administration has really been vocal about their commitment to environmental justice and to really using the Historic Preservation Program to recognize more diverse histories. So we've got that going for us. I think a greater openness within the administration. We've also been building a list of supporters. Everyone that we talk to, when you all are out talking about your work, if you can be ambassadors for the bill and really spread the word, with time we grow that list. And then the stories that people share, those have a huge impact on building support for the bill, and whether the stories are shared directly to the members of Congress or if they're shared in the newspaper. One of the things that I often do when I'm contacting offices is say, hey, did you see the story that ran in your hometown paper last week? Did you see that folks in your district are working on this? And getting the bill in front of them at the right time when they're sort of primed and they're noticing that can be really powerful. So we're going to keep working on all those things. If you have not been in contact with me before, I recognize a lot of familiar faces here. But if you haven't been in contact or you haven't contacted us about the bill, please feel free to reach out. I've put all my information up here. If you would like to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, I do post any developments in the legislation. So that's how you could easily find out, the bill's been introduced or now's the time to call your member. If you want to register your group's support for the bill, I regularly get these letters together where we write, "Dear members of Congress, we think this bill is a great idea, all the reasons why." And then we have all the groups from across the country listed state by state, so that when the members of Congress get that letter, they can easily skip to their state and they can look to see, oh, who is it in my area that's supporting this bill? So please reach out anytime. In terms of advocacy, starting from like the easiest, least time consuming, and working our way up a little bit on the ladder, depending on where you're starting from, I'd like to ask that at the absolute minimum, you say, I am going to email my legislator, because that is something that we know can be done in under 5 minutes, and yet has this huge impact. Because if they start getting emails saying, please support this bill, they will be counting them. That is standard practice in congressional offices. A lot of members want to know exactly how many people emailed me about that issue. How much do people out there really care? So if you're looking for how to contact them, the easiest way to do that, I've written here, is to start with their web pages, look for the contact me button. A lot of times you can just send an email right through their website, so you don't have to be scrambling around for addresses or names or anything. Now, if you are a veteran of all of this kind of activism and feel like, been there, done that, I can take on more, then I've got a whole menu of other ideas that you might want to consider as well. You can certainly request a meeting with someone in the congressional office. It could be the member. It can also be a staffer, and frankly, a staffer is just as good. There's no argument against that. And the meeting can be either virtual or in person. A lot of meetings, probably most, are still happening virtually right now. Another thing you could consider doing is inviting your member out to your site. Particularly, maybe think about that if you're doing any sort of a special, like if you're having a Veterans Day program, or if you're having a big reveal, like we had a big cleanup and now we, are showing off how great the site looks. Anytime you have something special going on, and if the member doesn't come, but they send a staffer, that's great too. It's just really powerful, I think, when people can actually visit the sites and see for themselves. I think it just creates so much more emotional resonance with the issue. And if you do that, please remember to take lots of pictures, because the member will probably want to share the pictures, which is great for you. It's extra advertising, and then you can use the pictures as well. If you do have regular meetings, even if the meetings are on Zoom, you can invite the member of Congress or a staffer to make an appearance during your meeting. And you can ask them if they'd like to speak a little bit, and give them a little bit of time or a chance to take questions. If you want to write a letter in your community newspaper, those really do get read in congressional offices and get paid attention to. It does not have to be a newspaper like the Los Angeles Times. If you have one that, like I do connection newspapers that are available free in my local library, those can be really good places to put editorials, and oftentimes they're it's not that hard to get your content in, especially when you have the strong local angle and you can point to people in your community and things that are happening right in the immediate area. And then I've already made one plug for contacting friends and family in South Carolina, but really that applies to everywhere. If you have friends or family in another state or another congressional district who would be willing to take that 5 minutes and just hop on the website and send an email saying, this issue really matters to me. Would you consider supporting legislation to preserve African-American burial grounds, you help get our numbers up that way. And because the people know you and already trust you, it can happen really quickly, right? So when you're thinking about making that contact, if you want any sort of a cheat sheet or important things to remember to say, please definitely include your home address, and please don't feel spooked, if they ask you where you live. The purpose is not to put you on a mailing list so that you never stop getting mail from them. The purpose is really only to ensure that you're actually a constituent of that member, because oftentimes congressional offices will disregard your letter if you don't live in their congressional district or their state. And then, take a sentence or two to explain why you care about historic African-American burial grounds. I think, for a lot of people, it's family connections and ancestry. For many, it's an interest in the history, appreciation of that history. So whatever it is for you, if it's scholarly, if it's a community issue, if it's a family issue. And then it is fantastic if you can describe the site that you're working on, because that just really, really brings it home to the member of Congress that this is a real place in their community. And then include your ask at the end. Please support the African American Burial Grounds Network Act. I'm happy to take questions later. I really, I appreciate so much all of you who are already doing so much to promote and preserve burial grounds. I realize that I'm asking you to do even more in terms of contacting your legislators, but it's those individual asks that just make a tremendous difference. And I'll give you an example that happened late last year. I had a class from Auburn University who contacted me because they had been working on preserving a burial ground right near the university. They were a historic preservation class who got the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. And so their teacher thought, this is an excellent opportunity for them to learn how to lobby their legislators. And we talked about it. They prepared all their talking points and they set up their appointments and they went to Capitol Hill. And these signed up legislators. I think they got 3 in one morning. And they got some Republican legislators who had not shown any interest, who we tried to contact in the past. We couldn't get them to bite. And those college kids, they got it done in no time. And I think it was really because they had so much power in being able to talk about their own experience and why this was such a big deal to them, and to really personalize it. So I hope that's what we can all do. Thank you very much for letting me share part of this day with you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. That was fantastic for that update. And one of the things I would just mention is that before the pandemic, Senator Bob Casey, we had been reaching out to him, and he reached back to us and actually came and met with the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds in Shippensburg at the Locust Grove Cemetery. And he spent a morning talking with us both about why the cemeteries across the state matter and the legislation. But one of the things that's important is that because we do reflect people all across the state, do reach out to your local representatives. We've got an election next year in Pennsylvania, and obviously this is something that as the candidates are traveling, there will be opportunities to share our interest in these issues. So thank you for the work that's going on in Washington, but we all can keep letting our both state and national officials know that this is something that matters. I'm going to move to our next speaker, but before I do, I wanted to please encourage you, if you have questions, do put those in the chat. Kelly is going to be available for a little bit to answer questions if you may have them. And I see that a lot of questions have been answered. It's also a great place to share things that you may know that we as speakers may not have mentioned. So I'm going to introduce our next duo of speakers. I am very pleased to introduce Dr. Jason Herman, who's the Kowalski Family Teaching Specialist for Digital Archaeology at the Penn Museum. He is a specialist in digital archaeology and digital methods, remote sensing, and he is someone who has done archaeology literally all over the world. He does a lot of archaeology in the Middle East, but since the last several years, he has also been focusing on African-American cemeteries in southeastern Pennsylvania, and has really broadened his interest to African-American cemeteries across the state. He last summer was working with Julia Burns, who's here today. Julia was in the Girard Academic Music Program in the Philadelphia School District. She's currently completing her senior year at the Community College of Philadelphia. Last summer, or this past summer, Julia, Jason, and myself were working on a project. Julia was a Bloomberg arts intern at the Penn Museum, and I think you'll be very impressed by what she was able to do as part of that internship. So I'm going to turn things over to Jason. Please take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Good morning, everybody. Let me, screen sharing. I should do that. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I've been up to in the scope of my courses at the University of Pennsylvania. Let me see if it's, there we go. So yeah, I started at the Penn Museum as a teaching specialist in digital archaeology in 2019. And in the last 2 years, my courses in digital archaeology have kind of emphasized local cemeteries. It's a way to provide students with the opportunity to use these kind of digital sensors in the field, and also to kind of help tell the story of African-American burial spaces in greater Philadelphia. So what I'm going to cover here is a little bit about how my teaching and activities in the museum have touched on a lot of the themes across the kind of Pennsylvania hallowed grounds purview, and emphasize how recent support by the Netter Center for Community Engagement at the University of Pennsylvania kind of helped me to formalize this fall and have these two of my courses, Intro to Digital Archaeology and Geophysical Perspection for Archaeology. They're just kind of purely center on African-American cemeteries in greater Philadelphia. In both of these courses, what we'll do is find opportunities to connect students in the classes with stakeholders at cemeteries locally, and I'll talk about them a little bit more in detail in a minute. And then the students and I work together with the stakeholders to identify resources that need to be documented with the digital field methods that we're covering in the classes. Students and I work together to design and carry out investigations or spatial analyses at these cemeteries. And then in the end, we're going to synthesize the results and prepare them for presentation to the broader community. So cemeteries, just to back up a little bit about my inspiration for doing this, cemeteries and their monuments have often been spaces where archaeologists have gone to teach kind of material culture and landscape change and things like that, teach people how to read the landscape. It's a place where material remains are easily accessed and where people can record them. There's cemeteries that are all over the place, so they're not hard to find. And so we can kind of do lessons in interpreting variation in use of materials, variation in styles, or to investigate spatial relationships inside of a archaeological site. And we can do this without depending on additional instruction, like in the visual repertoire of another culture, or have to learn a new language, right? The things there in cemeteries, they're all parts of cultural traditions that are familiar. Digital methods, which is what I teach, mostly oriented toward recording things in the field, are now a very standard part of archaeological investigations. And so students must know how to use these things. And they work really well in cemeteries because most of these digital methods I teach are non-invasive. We don't put any holes in the ground. We rarely even have to touch the surfaces that we're investigating. So we can go in and leave no trace and create products that could be useful to the stakeholders, and rich images that can help kind of emphasize or highlight the resources that we'd find in cemeteries or raise the profile of maybe a resource that's in need. Now, when I came to Philadelphia in 2019 and was immediately made aware of the grim history Philadelphia has when it comes to African-American cemeteries, mostly because of the work of Steve Mooney and the Greater Philadelphia Archaeological Forum, which is documented. If you haven't visited their website, I have a link right there. They've documented, their team of archaeologists and historians have documented cemeteries throughout Pennsylvania and identified which ones have been threatened, which ones have been moved, which ones maybe have been lost to time and development. And I felt like this is a really good opportunity for students to not just practice these things in the field, but to kind of make some progress in advancing the preservation of a lot of these threatened cemeteries. And, you know, Steve Mooney also got me in touch with Steve Berg and the rest of Hallowed Grounds, and kind of connected me with this network, which is something I'm really grateful for because it's been a very fruitful and rewarding experience so far. One of the things outside of my classes that I felt was necessary was to kind of make an inventory of these resources. And so last summer with Steve Berg, we hosted an intern at the Penn Museum. This is organized by the Bloomberg Arts internship. And Penn Museum has hosted teen summer interns for the last few summers. And Julia Burns, we were very lucky to have her. She did a fantastic job in compiling a lot of the historic information that Steve put together and putting it in an online map. And I think before I talk too much about it, I should hand this over to Julia herself, where she can present some of her work. So I'm going to stop sharing right now, Julia. And hand it over
hello.
to you.
So I'm Julia, and I had an internship this summer with Bloomberg Arts, and I would spend my Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday working with Jason and Steven. And so, we mapped Pennsylvania's historic African-American cemeteries. And so over the course of this 8-week program, I worked to relocate and map African-American graveyards, working with multiple kinds of software. So this is this is what we did. So this is ArcGIS, and this is every single point that me and Jason and Steven helped with the data that we worked to put onto ArcGIS. So, and the cool thing about ArcGIS is that you can manipulate it. So if I click on here, it shows me that it's mapped, it's checked, the county's name, the address, the cemetery name, all of that, and all of this information is just ready. And if I wanted to zoom in onto Philadelphia, I could, and you can see that around Philadelphia and in the surrounding counties, there's clusters of African-American cemeteries. And so, this project was originally started with Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. And as it started with the United States Colored Troop, we worked to kind of just incorporate African-American cemeteries. And we worked with data from Hallowed Grounds, Philadelphia Archaeological Forum, and other various websites. And so this group knows why it's important, but an example of how this has helped, how awareness has helped to improve cemeteries is so that this is the Ebenezer AMA church ruin in 2010. And a woman had a blog and she raised awareness about this ruin. and this is it in 2020. So like there has been a lot more work put into the maintenance and stabilizing this church and the graveyard. And so like so to get all this data onto ArcGIS, it was a fairly long process. And so we started off with just this like massive data sheet, and it had so many holes, and it like we spent probably like a couple weeks working with the sheet. And so like you can see that like there's like the address, the cemetery name, and a lot of times we would just have like one piece of information, and I would go onto Google Earth or like just general like the Bucks County Genealogical Society and like various websites and try and fill in this data. And we worked on this for a while. And then after we like had this data, I moved on to working with Google Earth Pro. And this a lot of times was like more of a tedious task because because these graveyards are so poorly maintained, it was hard to often find where the graveyards were. So you can see on all the way on the right here, so this is Slate Hill Burial Ground, and it's located just like right off the road. And like, but the graveyard doesn't end where the trees start. So right here, the graveyard goes all the way past these trees, and it takes a while to kind of like find that order. And then we find like generally like a polygon on the surface area of this graveyard. And so when this is mapped onto ArcGIS, you can see that like, let me zoom out, that so this is like I focused on Bucks County and Pittsburgh a lot, and this cluster in Pittsburgh, like they're not just dots on a map. You can actually like see how much space this graveyard takes up. So I worked on that for a while, and this is what it looked like after we uploaded all this data to ArcGIS. And then like this just kind of like after we updated all this data onto ArcGIS, like we're able to manipulate it. So here, this map is focused on United States colored troops. And here's a little key. So red is United States colored troops. There's a blue one right here, which is Black Civil War veterans, World War I, and then other. And like other isn't just like not United States colored troops. Like part of the reason why this was so hard is like the problems that we were trying to fix were like highlighted because like the lack of records and the lack of maintenance like is like what we're trying to fix, but what made it hard. So if you zoom in on Philadelphia and like the surrounding counties, you can see that there's a large group of United States colored troops. And then just some other things we're able to do. So like this is all of the types of roughly all the types that we mapped. So like red is church, blue is public. And you can see in various counties all the different colors and all the different types of churches. And then just kind of like what else the data can do. So like if we go through and like highlight actually like what cemeteries are in what county. So this is Philadelphia County, just other ways we can manipulate the data. Bucks County was just what I spent a lot of time on looking at. And then Chester, there's a lot there. And these are just all the various counties. And others are, we just had trouble finding the data. And like this isn't complete. It's always going to be like we're always going to be finding more, and hopefully it's always going to be improving. So that is what I worked on this summer.
Thanks so much, Julia. Yeah, so we have, as Julia showed you, just an immense amount of information now to work from, building off of Steve Berg's historical database, fleshing it out with some of our investigations of maps and records, and then putting them in a spatial format in this online map. In the chat, I went ahead and put a link to this online map. If you want to explore it yourself, we're just going to offer it to you for a little bit because it's still in progress. There are some tweaks that we have to make. And I want to mention that our long-term goal is to have this map to a state where individual members of the community can update it themselves. one of the big problems you'll see in this map is there is a big disconnect between the points where we know that there is a cemetery nearby, and then the areas that Julia has drawn, where we know the specific boundaries of these cemeteries. Many of these cemeteries are not taking up the whole lot of a taxable parcel, or they're not an individual business, but rather family cemeteries or other types of cemeteries that may be lost or one part of a larger property. Over time, we hope that we can have a group of people contributing to this map by verifying these things on the ground on their own and updating the map in real time. And this would serve as a fantastic resource for investigators going forward who are interested in, preserving cemeteries in Pennsylvania. Let's see if I can, there we go. So moving back to my courses in particular, I just want to give some background into the center I'm embedded in and our approach to teaching. I'm in the Center for Analysis of Archaeological Materials. It is in the Penn Museum, and we kind of cross-cut many academic departments at Penn, ones who are teaching historic preservation, archaeology, landscape issues, and material culture. And you can see that we have an array of specialists who focus on a particular type of archaeological science, archaeobotany, archaeozoology, ceramic analysis, lithic technologies, metallurgy. I teach digital archaeology, which is mostly digital recording tools for the field and spatial analysis. Our approach is to teach a hands-on, give students a hands-on experience. So my interest in working in the cemeteries is to give students this experience working in the field and then providing them with experiences that are analogous to the types of experiences they would go on as researchers independently where they work. As I mentioned before, my focus on historic cemeteries, African-American cemeteries in Pennsylvania, has been enabled in part by support from the Netter Center for Community Partnerships. They are supporting me for this academic year and the next one. And they do kind of two major types of programs. University-assisted community schools, which are, elementary and high schools in Philadelphia, where they have good relationship. They connect people in the University of Pennsylvania with educators and students in those situations. And then they also provide support for a course like mine, which is called an academically based community service course, ABCS course. So our goals for my courses, which I propose to the Netter Center, and I'm calling a multi-course curriculum for community-oriented digital archaeology, is to work with stakeholders at 3 cemeteries local to Philadelphia to give students an opportunity to exercise these skills in field recording, in spatial data analysis and management. You could also think of it as digital mapping, much like what Julia showed you earlier. I might accidentally call it GIS, which is moving into jargon, but geographic information systems is really what you would call it at the academy. Teach students how to conduct topographic and aerial survey. That would be terrestrial survey, measuring surfaces of the ground and understanding, their genesis, using measuring devices on the ground, but also using drones and aerial images to get at that same bit of information. And we'll see some examples of that going forward. 3D modeling and visualization. So to get those 3D surfaces into a computer and analyze them, but also use things like photogrammetry and laser scanners to create models of monuments and landscapes. And then finally, geophysical survey, which is my favorite part because it's the thing I specialize in the most. That's using things to make maps of stuff underground without digging. Most famous of which is ground penetrating radar, but there's a whole spectrum of other methods that measure physical properties of things below the surface and can help us understand what's down there without destroying it through excavation. So fortunate to have connections with some of key members of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. Sheila Jones at Eden Cemetery, who's been very generous in providing information. She's done a fantastic job making this stuff available on the web. Working with historian Bertha Jackman and Reverend April Martin at Ebenezer and Mount Zion AME. Mount Zion AME is an active church, and Ebenezer is a church ruin. I'll expand on that later on. Working very closely with them to work at those sites as well. And so we've had a very fruitful experience so far, and I hope to build on it. And I'll show you what we're doing. One of the things we started to do in class is to think about how archaeologists organize data and how descriptive data are taken into databases and used going forward. And so what I did is I asked students to develop their own recording method for recording monuments and headstones in the field. And we worked from the Pennsylvania State Historic Preservation Office's forms and guidance. We also sought out some other ones from around the world. Actually, the United Kingdom offers some fantastic resources for cemetery recording. If you want to check those out, I could point you toward those later on. And we used a open source tool called Kobo Toolbox. It's used anywhere on any device. It doesn't need any kind of special software. It can be used through your browser. You can collect data, upload photographs and GPS points, and integrate all these data in a spreadsheet that can be sent out and used later on. This is really heavily inspired by work by Benjamin Carter at Muhlenberg University. And if he's online, I'd really like to give him a shout out. He provided some great resources for how to use these things online. And I owe him a great debt for that, also just the inspiration of that. So the students, this semester, just a few weeks ago, I'm providing some screenshots of the forms that they've created. And we're going to get these together as we get toward the end of the semester and kind of assess them and talk to our partners at Mount Zion and Eden Cemetery and see if it's something that we can refine and use and deploy to our partners in Pennsylvania Hallowed grounds. You can see that in these sheets, we try to keep it as simple and accessible as possible. They give you kind of a checklist. They also allow you to have descriptive information, and information will, one, help to try to unite family groups in the cemetery, describe the birth and death dates listed on the headstones, describe the condition of each headstones. And these kind of descriptive data can be connected to a point on a map, and also photographs that you upload and become part of the database itself. Moving a little further along, we're talking about geographic information systems. That digital mapping is the second kind of task that the students have had to do in digital archaeology. And in this one, we integrate aerial images and satellite images with these points, lines, and polygons that help describe the spaces that we encounter, the tracks that we use to organize space, or the objects and monuments that we encounter on the ground, and analyze how they're related spatially and maybe look at how they've changed through time. I've already talked about the Pennsylvania Archaeological Forum and their maps here. We use their data, which is provided very generously in our lessons, but we also create some of our own. As you can see on the right, we can see a map of Eden Cemetery and the track maps as the section maps mapped onto a current map of houses and streets, but also mapped onto an aerial photograph from 1937, where we can see the development of the cemetery itself. Oops. Moving on to Eden Cemetery, being kind of an open landscape with not too many trees in the way, it offers us an opportunity to take on some lessons in aerial and satellite imagery analysis, and give students a chance to fly the drones out there, basically. And what can we do with that? Well, with aerial survey methods, we can make precise and measurable images that we can, from the air. These aerial images can be taken in multiple seasons and show how maybe the vegetation responds to buried resources or buried shafts, how it might show history of landscape change in cemeteries where there may have been some changes from outside construction or the broader landscape. We can also use these aerial images to extract individual features. I can show you an example of that from Mount Zion later on. This is not a lesson we've done yet this semester, but it's something I worked on a little bit in 2019 with my class, and something that we're looking forward to doing at the end of November. 3D recording and visualization. We are going to carry that out at Ebenezer Ruin in East Whiteland Township. This property is one of the oldest AME churches outside of Philadelphia. It was established in 1931. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jackman. And went into disuse maybe way too early from my perspective, but it features a cemetery with monuments that have been threatened. And as Julia pointed out earlier, has been highlighted in a blog, Chester County Ramblings. We've now turned our attention to it, and we were going to go there and use some 3D scanning methods using photogrammetry and handheld scanners to document the ruin itself, which the AME Church would like to preserve as a stabilized ruin, and also to document the landscape and the monuments there, some of which we worry have been lost in recent years. So this is also something that's coming up in November, but you can have a little preview of what these techniques might look like right here on this slide, where I'm showing a picture of the landscape that's been denuded of trees and vegetation on the right, showing the slope on the cemetery, some destruction through kind of poor drainage on that hillside, and maybe some wear, and the locations of some possible graves that may be poorly marked or unmarked, especially on this side, this kind of north side of the ruin itself. You can also, if you'd like, go to Sketchfab and you can see a 3D model where you can zoom and fly around. This is something we hope to improve in the scope of our class later in November. Finally, Mount Zion AME, where I'm working with Ms. Jackman, is the oldest continuously operating African-American church on the main line. It's a place I'm very happy, proud, and grateful to be able to work. We've had kind of a long partnership there, focusing on geophysical prospection, where students get to engage with these technologies like ground penetrating radar on the left or electrical resistance on the right, making maps of things underground without disturbing the materials below. Just to show you some of our results from early on in this calendar year, we have an aerial image of Mount Zion Cemetery, and you can see the distribution of headstones and markers, also the trees bordering that east. This is turned north is to the left, so bordering the east street on the side. The old AME church is here on the left, and the new Mount Zion AME Church is here on the right if you visited the property yourself. Using the aerial imagery, we can create a very precise map of the topography, much like I mentioned we plan to do at Eden Cemetery, and also extract, just by virtue of the color of those objects, the placement of all the monuments and other objects that might be on the surface. So here we have a map of all the headstones, and we were able to distinguish fallen headstones from ones that are still standing. You can also see a little row of trees, which we marked out as little trunks. One of the first methods that we employed at Mount Zion is magnetic radiometry, which isn't typically used in cemeteries. It is sensitive to minute concentrations of iron in the topsoil. In this case, it highlighted an electrical line that has been run through the cemetery, probably sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. It also picked up a lot of, if it's not debris on the surface, then it would be iron bars that connect the headstones to the bases themselves, and other features around in the cemetery. Electrical resistance, however, was a little more fruitful. It's sensitive to the way electricity flows in the ground, which is mainly influenced by moisture content. In here, you can see these kind of square dark patches indicate places where we might have um, a, um, a grave shaft. And this is something that we can investigate more and look into further with the ground penetrating radar data, which are still underway in being processed. They were just collected this semester. So the service that we hope to provide outside of the education of Penn students is to kind of provide these information, these data, to assist in cultural heritage and preservation efforts. And we hope that in doing so, we can raise a profile of our partners in Pennsylvania hallowed ground. We are also interested in making sure that these data are accessible to anyone who needs them. So we can generate these things for people who want to continue our research or who want to conduct parallel research where that could be useful. So we would like to offer these to Pennsylvania hallowed grounds definitely, and people from the outside can access them through hallowed grounds. And then we want to, of course, create future opportunities for joint research from the Penn Museum and Pennsylvania hallowed grounds. I mean, none of this would have been possible without the generosity of the friends I've made at Pennsylvania hallowed grounds, and I'm really grateful for that. So I'd like to take this last slide to thank you guys. And you're listed here above, and also Doug Mooney, who is at the Philadelphia Archaeological Forum, who played a part in setting me on this path after I sent him kind of a cold email. Students, of course, provided a lot of the labor, but also some of the ideas for what we've been doing in the field. And the Penn Museum and the Netter Center for Community Partnerships have provided a very strong role, providing me with a great institution to work in and the resources to carry something like this out. So thank you very much.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to Jason, to Julia, to the Penn Museum. This has been a really great partnership with the Pennsylvania hallowed grounds. And as Jason mentioned, one of our goals here is really to continue this. The data that we had started collecting through the African American Cemetery Documentation Project is going to continuously be a work in progress. I know many of the people who are on the Zoom call today have contributed information, and we really hope that as we continue this process that we keep finding new burial grounds, we keep improving the information, and we really make this something that it's not hard to access, but that we're all collaborating and sharing and using this information both to understand what's out there in the state, but also to really make sure we can preserve and protect these sites. Jason, there was a quick question for you I saw in the chat from Samantha Dorm, who was wondering about if individual cemeteries are looking to apply for grant opportunities, are you able to provide information on services costs to provide technical assistance?
It's something that we could talk about. So CAM and the Penn Museum, we're not a service organization. We're for education. If there is, we should talk about it, because I'd like to know more about the cemetery itself and what the questions are, I guess it'd be, so she could contact me directly. But if there is, it depends on the opportunity, but we're not a service organization in that sense, I guess.
Great. If folks do have other questions, please feel free to put those into the chat. We're going to take a small break here. This is an opportunity for folks to get a snack, stretch your legs, and then at 11:30 we will come back with our featured speaker, who is Dr. Christopher Woods, who is the Williams Director of the Penn Museum. So please feel free to take a moment to refresh yourself, and we'll meet back at 11:30. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Julia.
Oh, Steve?
Hey, Jill Beckton.
Yes, they asked me to unmute. Well, it's not my time yet, right?
Yes, no, it's not your time. It's not your
Okay,
time. I
good.
had a funny feeling you were going to ask by the look at your face. How are you doing, my dear?
I'm doing well, doing well. I'm all ready. As you can tell, I got my sound, I got my picture.
You're
I'm
looking
all
Yeah.
ready
good. You're looking good.
for our,
Yeah.
thank you very much. For our 12 o'clock.
Good morning, Barbara.
Oh, hello,
Mhm.
Crystal Crampton. How are you, my dear?
No,
Good.
ma'am.
Oh, goodness. It's going well. It's
Yes,
going
it
well.
is. I was waiting for
Yeah.
music too. I was like, hold on, wait a minute.
I know. I know. I should have had something. Anybody want to sing right now?
I was about to pull something up on YouTube, but you won't catch me singing. So
Well, maybe we ought to get Kelly and Steve and everybody to do a duet or something like that. And Leroy Hopkins, whatever you're eating, why don't you share with the rest of the world? Yum, yum.
Well, this is supposed to be a breakfast break, right?
Well, it is a break if you want to take it. You better go get it now. Oh my God. I talked to Larry yesterday or 2 days ago. He was supposed to let me know if the services were going to be virtual.
Okay, at this point, we don't know that yet. We'll keep
Okay.
keep talking about it.
Okay.
So we'll see. We'll see. I don't at this point we don't know that at all.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. Everybody got something going on,
Yes.
but it's
God bless.
okay. Yeah. Oh, I see a spiritual messenger going behind somebody there.
Oh wow!
Did you? That's right, Brenda. Turn around and take a look. See, I know where he's at. Oh, goodness. Well, so far, so good. I mean, just getting all this information from Kelly this morning, and I love the mapping that Julia has done. And
Yeah, and Jason and those folks are right there in my neighborhood. I don't know if I can get them out to my yard or not.
yeah, well, as he said, get a hold of him, and he's going to have students. Hopefully, the students will be around for a while.
Yeah.
New students, old students, all kinds of students. So,
You can get him a traveling van. Come down this way also.
oh yeah, I was gonna say let's put him on a train and bring him up to Harrisburg area.
Yeah.
We all could use that kind of help. So it's awesome to get this information out so people can learn about what is available to them around the state and around the country.
Mhm. Well, he is looking to go out further into the states. So, I mean, I just find all this very, very exciting. And
Yeah, well, I don't want to speak for him, so I'm not even going to say too much. But, hopefully and prayerfully, there's going to be, other students, other professors, other archaeologists that's going to be doing this type of thing that we can all link into. So,
it's been mentioned.
Yeah, well, for years I used to put flags on the graves over at the Slate Hill that they were talking about. It's kind of an interesting yard because at the Slate Hill, they literally have a wall in the middle of the graveyard with the black side and the white side.
yeah.
We have some people in the waiting room.
Yeah, well, one time when I went there the first time, I missed it because I just only saw the white side, but there was this wall. And then I guess yeah, there was the Ganges. There's about 2 of the Ganges family buried there.
Oh, from the slave ship.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think they're the next generation.
Okay.
So I don't think they're actually off the ship.
Okay.
But they're the Ganges family, and right there, and
Okay.
2 of them
At the Slate
served in
Cemetery.
the USC team.
At the Slate Cemetery.
Yeah, Slate Hill in Bucks County. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's Mayfair. Actually,
Okay. Well, wonderful.
Mount Zion has 2 Ganges, the second generation.
no, I didn't see those names. No.
Well, you wouldn't because they're the daughters, and so they have their married names on the headstones. But we have the second generation of Ganges in our cemetery.
Well, there's a lot of generations running around here right now who don't even know where their beginnings were off of that slave ship, but at least if they ever do their DNA, they do their, their backward line, their lineage, that they can hopefully find that where many of us cannot, you know, at this point. I mean, it's coming, it's happening. But
Well,
anyway,
just real
we're-
quick, there is a gentleman who's done a fabulous website, all kinds of information on that whole Ganji situation. He's been in touch with some of the current members.
Okay. Do me a favor,
I can get that information later.
Bertha, I was gonna say, why don't you, if you get his link, you know, we can put it onto the chat, okay? And I'm gonna quiet it down, and we're gonna
Okay.
let Steve or Jason do what they need to do to get ready for Dr. Woods, okay?
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right.
So we'll be starting back up in just 2 minutes. So 2-minute warning.
Steve, are you gonna fire the starting gun, or do I?
Jason, I'll fire the starting gun and then I'll say,
All right.
Everyone, please take a moment to take a look through the chat. There's a lot of links out there for you to take a look at, to use. Once you get off the sessions today, and there's some really awesome information that you might want to pass on to some of your fellow stewards in your area.
we're going to get started momentarily. Before we do, if our administrators, if you could go ahead and make Mia Huff co-host, that would be very helpful before we get started.
Can I also say something? Joe Beckton, we can only see your from your nose down. Can you move your screen? There you go. Thank you.
Yes, Hunter, if you could make B. Huff a co-host so she can share her slides, that would be great. Okay, Jason, take it away.
Hi. Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Christopher Woods. He received his BS from Yale University and got his PhD in Assyriology from Harvard University, where he was a junior fellow in the Harvard Society of Fellows. I got to know him at the University of Chicago, where he was a John A. Wilson of Sumerology, and he also served as the director of the Oriental Institute. His main research interests are Sumerian writing and language, as well as early Mesopotamian religion, literature, mathematics, and administration. And I was delighted in April to find that he'd been appointed the Williams Director at the University of Pennsylvania Museum for Archaeology and Anthropology, as well as Avalon Professor in the Humanities and a Professor of Assyriology and Sumerology in Penn's Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Christopher Woods.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the introduction. And thank you very much for so meaningfully connecting the Penn Museum with Hallowed Grounds, Pennsylvania, and for including so many students in service-based learning around African-American cemeteries in the Philadelphia area. As Jason said, my name is Chris Woods, and I'm the not so new director of the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, having started my position in April. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you today at the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds Conference, which I think couldn't be more timely. I've been enjoying the program so far, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the presentations and conversations. I'd like to start by thanking Barbara Barksdale for the very kind invitation to speak about current issues in discovering and repatriating human remains at the Penn Museum through the lens of our long-standing NAGPRA program, which I'll be speaking quite a bit about today, as well as our renewed commitment to shaping ethical institutional practices and policies that prioritize the human dignity of African American remains. Now, intimately connected with these topics, my presentation will share some of the museum's ongoing work to deepen our relationship with local Philadelphia communities through stakeholder consultation, learning programs, and community archaeology. Now, museum work at its core is about telling the story of what it means to be human, who we are, where we come from, and what we'll become. Museums, particularly ethnographic ones such as ours, they describe the breadth and range of the human experience. But as keepers and narrators of culture, museums are, of course, not neutral institutions. Rather, they're active political participants in how cultures, how human stories are portrayed to the public. Now, this is by no means a new idea. In museums and in the academy, we've been thinking critically about the role of museums for many decades. But today there really is a sea change taking place in how people think of and interact with museums as sources of authority. We're spurred on by the racial and social reckoning in the wake of the killing of George Floyd that has really shaped our national discourse. Museums everywhere have been at the center of contemporary cultural issues and social change. Museums are being interrogated, and they should be. There's a great responsibility attached to the power to shape the narratives that help us understand who we are. And this necessarily raises issues about representation, accessibility, and shared authority, which include important questions about who is represented, why, how, and for which audiences. These kinds of interrogations are not, frankly, easy for museums, but they're necessary. Ethnographic museums can't simply be shrines to past civilizations. Instead, they need to be dynamic places of engagement that are constantly in critical and collaborative conversation with their communities, including descendants, indigenous peoples, and local communities. Now, as you probably know, if you've been following the news, the Penn Museum has had more than its share of these challenges over the last 6 months. In some ways, it's little surprise that our museum continues to be in the thick of debates over the big questions of inequity, representation, and justice. And after all, what is a modern global museum? Well, led with vision and creativity, a museum is a powerful tool for teaching and discovery about our past and what the past means for our present and future. Inevitably, our work will unearth old wrongs and current weaknesses, but it can also help right them. Our work, not only sheds light on the mysteries of the past, but it can also illuminate issues the museum faces today. A global museum is not in dusty stasis. It's a place that's vibrant and ever evolving relevance. And at times being relevant can get pretty uncomfortable. Now, since I joined the Penn Museum 6 months ago, I've devoted myself to the respectful repatriation, reburial, and commemoration of the remains of Black Philadelphians housed in the museum, and on the important work of repair with the West Philadelphia communities. In fact, my first official act when I joined the museum in April was to decide what would become of portions of the Morton Crania collection. Now, the Morton Crania collection consists of about 1,300 crania from all over the world, ranging from ancient Egyptian times through the 19th century. And these were collected unethically by Samuel G. Morton for the purposes of upholding and propagating white supremacy in the first half of the 19th century. This work wasn't done in the name of the museum. Rather, this collection was given to the museum in the 1960s and formally entered our collection in the 1990s. In August of 2020, my predecessor put together a museum committee to evaluate the Morton collection. Specifically the 53 crania of enslaved individuals that were exhumed from a plantation in Cuba. The remit of the committee expanded when research earlier this year suggested that there were additionally an estimated 13 Black Philadelphians in the Morton collection who were born enslaved. Now, it was clear from the outset what we should do. We should do the right thing and repatriate and rebury all of these enslaved individuals from Philadelphia, from Cuba, who are in our collection. Around the same time last April, after learning that partial human remains from the horrific 1985 MOVE tragedy were in the possession of the Penn Museum, my goal from day one was the same: to reunite these remains with their families. Maintaining human dignity is a universal, timeless moral imperative, and we need to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. I immediately began the process of returning the remains to the Africa family. I worked directly and closely with the Africa mothers to make 100% sure and certain that we were abiding by their wishes. The remains were reunited with the MOVE mothers. this summer. There was additionally a 3-month independent investigation of the Move remains in the museum that was conducted by the Tucker Law Group, an African-American law firm in Philadelphia. And we've posted the report online so that anyone can access it. It's quite comprehensive. I would like to share with you some of the actions we've taken to improve the museum and make sure nothing of this kind happens again. You know, these actions are based on the recommendations of the Tucker Law Group report, as well as those of the Morton Cranial Collection Committee. B, do we have my slides? Are they up?
Oh, so we have the slides starting a little later on.
Okay, all right. So I'll continue on. Okay. Well, the first recommendation that was made to us was to create a committee of local spiritual and civic leaders, along with university leaders, to make recommendations regarding the reburial and commemoration of the Black Philadelphians in the Morton collection. And I'm very happy to report that this work is underway. The committee has been established and we've had several meetings already, another one coming up in a couple of weeks. And it was important for me to invite people on this committee who have been very vocal critics of the Penn Museum. And some of these voices have been the most insightful and instructive. The group is already coming to a consensus about the reburial and memorialization of the Philadelphians in a way that shows them the humanity and dignity that they deserve. Based on the committee's feedback, we'll also host a town hall for local residents later in the year, as well as create a permanent memorial, which I hope will be on the University of Pennsylvania's campus. Well, the second recommendation was for a new faculty position, and it was to create a new faculty line for a bioarchaeologist or bioanthropologist, someone who would combine expertise in the analysis of human remains with a track record of advocacy for Black and Indigenous matters, particularly in repatriation requests. This appointment will be made jointly as curator in the museum and as a faculty member in the Department of Anthropology. This position has been posted and applications for it are due December 15th. We're also hiring a chief diversity and people officer in the museum to strengthen the museum's efforts in the diversity area, and recruitment for this position is now taking place. There are also recommendations having to do with infrastructure to establish a standing, one of the recommendations was to establish a standing infrastructure in the museum for assessing all repatriation and reburial requests. One that's modeled on the museum's long-standing NAGPRA work, and I'm sure NAGPRA is very familiar to many of you, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. Our NAGPRA committee ensures that we follow this very important 1990 federal NAGPRA Act. Now, this work will involve additionally conducting a comprehensive review of the museum's holdings and collection practices, as well as reassessing institutional policies relating to human remains. We will create a number, up to really 5 or 6 additional staff positions to strengthen the museum's and create a public inventory of all the human remains that are in the museum. As well, there will be a state-of-the-art renovation of the physical anthropology space in our museum to assure that best practices in the collection stewardship are in place. And we're also developing a robust new human remains policy, one that will really prioritize human dignity and set out strict guidelines for how we steward human remains. I personally believe that once all of these measures are fully, as I noted, well underway, there's a great opportunity for the museum to emerge from this difficult period as a model for the ethical stewardship of human remains. And in much of this work, we will be guided by our 30-year extensive experience with NAGPRA repatriations. When NAGPRA was established by the federal government in 1990, it 100,000 to 200,000 Native American remains were housed in American museums. Now, this huge number was the outcome of 2 centuries of removal of human remains from unprotected Native American graves by archaeologists and collectors. After years of effort by Native American leaders, NAGPRA created a process for repatriation of ancestral human remains and cultural objects. The law requires museums to share information about how each set of human remains and each cultural object was acquired, and to work with tribes who may wish to make claims. In 30 years, NAGPRA has really fundamentally changed the way American museums do business. Thousands of sets of human remains and cultural items have been repatriated to tribes across the nation. The Penn Museum, our work curates skeletal collections from around the world. Within those are approximately 900 individuals of Native American ancestry and about 70,000 additional objects in our collection acquired from living communities that are also subject to NAGPRA. Since the law's passage, the Penn Museum has worked rigorously to implement the law for the university. We created a NAGPRA office and committee, as I had mentioned, to help oversee the process, and has mailed approximately 3,500 letters to federally recognized tribes, informing them of our holdings and inviting them for consultation. The museum's NAGPRA website publicly describes each case, and I briefly wanted to go through 2 NAGPRA case studies, which I think are illuminating of the work that we're doing. The repatriation of human remains to the Cherokee Indians in 2013, for example, serves as a good test case of a successful NAGPRA program with mutual beneficial outcomes. We mailed information about Penn Museum's Cherokee holdings to 3 Cherokee tribes in the early 1990s, and then again in 2001. In 2011, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians of North Carolina began discussions with us about repatriating human remains. In September of that year, tribal officers came to the museum to receive the remains. The tribe received 6 human remains originally collected by medical and military doctors in 1838 and 1846. One individual in 1846 was described as, quote, one of the best ball players in his tribe who, while playing ball, slipped and fell and dislocated his spine and died immediately, unquote. Stickball, similar to lacrosse, has been played for centuries by Eastern tribes, and upon review, this skull happened to exhibit trauma consistent with ball playing. Tribal representatives shared oral history about one of the last ball games of 1845, when 3 players were tragically killed and several injured. Once home, the tribal members sent photographs of, as you can see here, of the 2013 stickball games for our use in teaching, and invited us to Cherokee, North Carolina to participate in their annual Archaeology Days seminar to encourage Cherokee youth to get involved in archaeology. This really was a wonderful, mutually beneficial outcome. The second example was actually a more complex case requiring consultation, archival research, scientific testing to work towards repatriation. In this case, human remains that were excavated from Tranquility in California were initially labeled as unidentifiable. NAGPRA defines unidentifiable human remains as those for which no shared group identity serves as a bridge of continuity from a past community to a present day tribe. In cases like this, the museum consults with tribal entities who control the land the remains were removed from, and with tribes recognized as aboriginal to that geographic location. Historic documents reveal that the remains came from aboriginal lands of 5 federally recognized tribes. During consultation, the Tatsi Yokut indicated their interest in reburial. The tribal representative, Lalo Franco, actually seen here, reviewed other community artifacts in the museum. We informed the tribe of a scientific testing proposal from a Smithsonian Institution scholar requesting radiometric dating of human remains from Tranquility. Well, not all tribes are open to scientific testing. Mr. Franco, and this allowed for the precise dating and more accurate tribal identification, and consequently the remains were returned for reburial in 2015. And you can see a picture here on the right of the contract signing. Now, our collaborations with Native American communities continue, often going beyond the letter of the law. We really want to operate within the spirit of the law so that we can be sure of doing the right thing. Just a few months ago, we reached an agreement with the Mohegan tribe of Connecticut to repatriate a mask that, strictly speaking, didn't fall within the scope of NAGPRA. Our collaborative approach resulted in a commitment to joint educational programs as well as tribal recognition of the Penn Museum stewardship history, and the mask was returned to the Mohican tribe. As I hope these examples have shown, dedicated community partnerships are really essential to coming to ethical repatriation decisions. In this light, the Penn Museum's local community engagement is now more important than ever. We have several programs in Philadelphia that are fostering close relationships with our neighbors, and I would just like to highlight a couple of them. One is our Heritage West project. Heritage West, our West Philadelphia Community Archaeology Project, is I think a great example of the museum's relationship building through community guided research. Working alongside trusted local organizations serving the broader West Philadelphia community, the museum is inviting its neighbors to engage with the concept of local heritage and what it means to document the past. Over the 2-year program, participants will explore these questions through conversations, workshops, and community, and create a community archive. And then they will embark on a local excavation at a location determined by the community. Participants work with museum staff, students, and faculty, including project leader, our anthropologist, Dr. Meg Kassabaum, to develop and share their unique perspectives. In this way, local residents collaborate with the museum to confront issues of racial and social injustice as they relate to archaeological heritage. We actually launched Heritage West this September on what will be familiar to many of you, on Parking Day in Philadelphia. And as many of you know, no doubt, each year, Parking Day designates a day each year when communities and organizations come together to reimagine small vacant areas as vibrant public spaces. Our museum team built up a parking spot into a small parklet, and local residents used it to create their own timeline and map of the area's history, filled with stories they consider most important. During October, we've hosted several museum open houses and family days. And these events are, they're opening the doors for exploration and consultation toward a formal excavation, again, at a location that will be determined by the community, most likely in the spring of 2023. As I hope you can see, projects like this are of really tremendous importance as we, as a museum, learn to share authority and agency with the people we serve. Now, another project I'd like to talk about is our Unpacking the Past program. Since I joined the museum, I've heard so many native Philadelphians tell me, including our own provost, Wendell Pritchard, that the museum was a highlight of their childhoods and a real source of inspiration. However, many children and families in Philadelphia don't know how to access the museum, or they may not be comfortable in the museum, or perhaps they don't even know that the museum exists. In 2014, the museum launched Unpacking the Past. It's an ambitious partnership with the school district of Philadelphia to try to solve this problem. Unpacking the Past connects Philadelphia's Title I middle schoolers studying ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Rome, and China with the world-renowned collections and teaching resources of the Penn Museum. Unpacking the Past serves 6,000 public school students each year. It's a major impact point in our local community engagement, not just for the museum, but for the University of Pennsylvania more broadly. Now, this program has three parts. The first part is the classroom outreach lesson. Many students from Title I public schools have not traveled beyond their own neighborhoods, let alone into the museum. Our educators visit Philadelphia classrooms and prepare the students for what the museum will be like. Part two is a museum visit. We send free buses to bring the students to the museum, and the same educators who visited the classroom lead the museum program. Students explore galleries and then participate in a workshop. The workshop encourages critical thinking and close looking, helping students to engage their curiosity, make decisions, and formulate their own thoughts and opinions. I'm incredibly proud of our access version of the program, which meets the needs of students with disabilities such as Asperger's. Unpacking the Past empowers all students to feel at home in museums throughout their lives. Part three is our commitment to extend the learning. We know that students, teachers, and communities seek real commitment from the university, and we provide many ways to stay in touch with the Penn Museum. All of our students and teachers receive a free year-long household museum membership, and teachers can enjoy in-depth professional development and borrow artifacts for their classrooms. Strong community relationships like those fostered by Heritage West and Unpacking the Past are integral to repatriation and repair. We want local residents, especially Black Philadelphians, to be part of our museum community. By strengthening these relationships, we learn about our community, its history, and are better positioned to meet its needs. We're opening the doors for more people from Philadelphia to join the conversation as we work toward making archaeology and anthropology accessible to all. Thank you for the vital work you're doing at Hallowed Grounds, Pennsylvania, towards very similar goals, and for inviting me to join you today. Your work is tremendously important. I look forward immensely to future collaborations between the Penn Museum and Hallowed Grounds, Pennsylvania. And I invite you to visit or to revisit the Penn Museum. When you do, you'll see that the outcomes of our extensive consultation and collaboration with the people whose cultural heritage appears in the galleries. And I'll conclude by pointing out two of our recently renovated galleries, which I hope will be of interest to you upon your next, hopefully your next visit. And they exemplify, I think, some of the themes that I've discussed today. First is our Native American Voices Gallery, drawing upon and moving beyond our NAGPRA work. Native American Voices, the exhibition amplifies the voices, views, and experiences of Native Americans. The exhibit's themes were developed in close consultation with more than 70 Native American advisors. It opened in 2014 and challenges common Native American stereotypes and explores the many ways in which today's Native leaders are creating and maintaining religious, political, linguistic, and artistic independence. And I would also like to highlight our Africa galleries. After gathering community feedback for 5 years, we unveiled the reimagined Africa galleries in 2019. You can see around 300 artifacts from 21 countries from the African continent, in some cases with documents from our archives that give insights into the object's history, like an incredible carved ivory bracelet from the palace of the Oba of the Benin Kingdom, Asante gold, quote unquote, gold weights, which are actually bronze. They're not gold, but were used to accurately measure gold and other precious commodities for trade. And these speak to the dynamic interregional commerce and economies that flourished in West Africa. Now, in designing this gallery, we commissioned contemporary artists from Africa or the African diaspora to create works that are inspired by the collections. And I think this was a very creative way of bringing the African collections to life, stressing their contemporary relevance with a dynamic engagement in today's world. And I think it's so incredibly important that museums do this kind of work, that they stress the current relevance of their collections. This actually, you could see here, as in this slide, it includes a dress that draws on kente cloth and traditional symbols. It was designed by Philadelphia-based Brianna Moore, whose company employs tailors in Ghana to hand make all of its creations. So, these things and so much more are available to you at the Penn Museum. I hope to see many of you visiting the museum in the coming weeks and months ahead. Thank you again for this wonderful invitation to speak to you this morning. This has been a real honor for me to be part of this conference and to learn about your work. And thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Dr. Woods, thank you for that presentation. I have a couple of questions and I'll start with this one. You talked quite a bit about the Native American Graves Repatriation Act. And there's been some discussion in the last few months whether it would be useful to have a similar law pertaining to African American remains. I was wondering what your thoughts would be on that.
I mean, I do. I mean, I hope, I'd like to think that it will eventually happen. I think it will. I hope it doesn't take long, but I'm in full support of that, and I think it's necessary, and I hope that there's the political will to make it so.
And definitely if you have questions for Dr. Woods or for any of the other morning speakers, please feel free to put those in the chat. The other question, Dr. Woods, was from your perspective, how do you see the work that you're doing at the Penn Museum with focusing on human remains, human dignity? How do you see that carrying over to the work that many of us are doing in terms of the preservation of African-American cemeteries and the issues that raises?
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand. They're complementary in many ways. There's, as you can see, the wonderful work that Jason has been doing with your group is a perfect bridge between the museum and the work that you're doing. For us, we have, there's a lot that we can learn. I'm sure from you in this group. Our experience, we have, as you heard, a very long experience with NAGPRA, and now we're working in earnest on the issue of the Black Philadelphians. But repatriation, it's not limited to that. Repatriation is going to be part of the museum's work going forward, of various kinds, and these are going to be international. So there's a lot to learn beyond NAGPRA. This is one of the things that we're doing in the museum, is building an infrastructure that puts us in the position to assess repatriation claims of all kinds. And we want to have an environment in the museum that not only are we listening and assessing repatriation requests, but we have an environment in the museum that facilitates research for those types of requests, right? That we're not simply passive, but that we're active in doing this work. Once again, it's in the spirit of doing the right thing. It's in the spirit of working. We're not simply meeting the letter of the law, but working in the spirit of it. So I think these types of repatriations, they open the doors to all sorts of collaborations, and they can enrich the museum. So the work that you're doing on African American burial grounds, it's very instructive to what we're doing, and it fleshes out a picture for us that gives us information and gives us a much broader historical and social context for the repatriation work that we're doing.
Are there any, I just wanted to check to make sure if there are any other questions for Dr. Woods. If not, we can also then open it up if there's any questions relating to any of the other topics that we've talked about this morning.
Well, I do have a question, Steve, and this is for Dr. Woods. It's when you're doing this repatriation, are you using any kind of DNA research to go along with this? And if you are you connecting any of the DNA to any of these international sites as Ancestry or 21andMe and such like that, to try to find out if they have a descendants in the world somewhere that they can claim those bodies for not only the American Indians, but also for the African American?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And it's a bit of a thorny one as well, right? Because really what you want you have to balance informed consent, right? You want permission to do this type of work from descendant communities. So in cases where you have a good idea of where, like I mentioned that one of the Nagpur cases, it wasn't DNA work, but it was a similar type of testing that allowed for localizing where these individuals came from. Obviously, DNA testing could be a great tool in doing this. At the same time, we have to sort of balance that against getting informed consent, where possible. And where not possible, I think it's going to be a judgment call if we do this type of testing, if the benefits warrant it. So I think, in all of these repatriation cases, they're complex. There's no one size that fits all. And I think that we have to be able and willing to judge each case on its merits. But, personally, I could see certainly the benefit of DNA testing in repatriation requests. I think it can be a powerful tool. At the same time, I would want to have informed consent from a descendant community, ideally, before I did that type of work.
That's almost nearly impossible to do, because.
Well, it depends, it depends if I mean, there are, if we were able to do it in certain Nagpur, we were able to do it in similar types of tests, as I had mentioned, with certain Nagpur repatriations. So where where a descendant community is, you can ask for consent.
Okay. All right. And as far as like the Native American, I have a situation where I have been working with a group here locally, and I know that there is a shoebox in the attic that contains the remains of a Native American, but they're not sure what to do with them as far as who should claim them. So they've been in the box for well over half a decade or more, actually half a century. So what do we do? How do we get them back to their people?
Yeah, these cases aren't easy. They're not simple. I would want to know more about more about the context, or how they entered the collection, if anything that is known. I mean, a big part of these repatriation work is research, archival research, and doing due diligence. So I think, that's something that one would want to do, is, whatever records you have or anything that would give you some sort of indication of where these individuals came from, that would be useful. I would have to know more about it, I think, to speculate, but admittedly, it's complex work.
Right. Well, I do have, quite a bit of information on the tribe possibly that the person came from. It was local here along the Susquehanna River here in the Harrisburg area. And there is some newspaper articles about them being found. So that would be a help. It's just unfortunate that the tribes that they actually belong to here in Central PA are now totally gone. And since we're not honoring all the tribes, but we all, the federal government looks at 4 or 5 tribes, it's almost impossible to say who or which tribe should actually take the remains and take care of them. So
it might, in this case, you might want to consult with the nearest or the closest available tribes, and it could be an instance, getting their advice on what they would want to do. It's not the ideal solution, but it might be the only one, is to contact a closely allied or nearby tribe. And, in the case of DNA testing, maybe that would be the group that you would ask for consent for that type of testing.
Okay, good.
So there's a question from Mary McGettigan, and she writes, Penn, my alma mater, has a terrible history regarding its treatment of Black West Philadelphians. It was party to the urban renewal that demolished a Black community for the benefit of the university, among other institutions. It was recently party to the disinterment and reburial of the remains of African Americans in the Friends to Harmony burial ground. Penn owns that property. As a West Philadelphian, I believe the land there should not be developed and the site should be commemorated beyond a marker. What is your position on this?
Yeah, this is, I know a little bit about this. It's before my time here at the university. My understanding of this was that this cemetery, the African Friends to Harmony Cemetery, was discovered in the development of it might have been a parking lot, I'm not sure, but it was not known to exist before. And again, I'm not an expert on this. So I might not have all the facts right, but it wasn't known to exist, but was uncovered. And then once it was uncovered, that the remains were respectfully moved to Eden Cemetery in consultation with local church leaders, actually some of whom I've been working with the Morton, the repatriation and reburial of the Black Philadelphians in the Morton collection. The pastors that I spoke to were pleased and worked in consultation with the university on the respectful reburial of these individuals. I think it's, it's a fait accompli at this point, but I'm pleased to learn from what I know of it that the university, upon finding this cemetery, worked with the local community to find a respectful solution. And there's a marker there was a commemoration, and there's a marker at Eden Cemetery marking the reburial of these individuals.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Woods?
Hi, this is Brenda Barrett. I'd like to ask Jason a question. How can we, in Hallowed Ground, advance your work and help your work? I know you're, one professor with 2 sets of classes, so you can only do so much, but we'd love to see your work extended, maybe with other university partners, because this kind of detailed geographic information and locational data is really critical to saving African-American cemeteries in the future.
There's a lot to talk about, and this is probably not the time to hash out possibilities, but there are some in terms of partnerships. There are array of historic preservation grants that we could pursue that could integrate historic preservation activities with education not just for Penn students, but at all levels. I think it would be, my 20-minute presentation just now is one thing, but if Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds ever met again in person, I would be happy to, for example, to bring all the tools, and people can not just see how they work in the field, but see what the data look like coming out of them as a sort of demonstration. And that would give cemetery stewards a chance to kind of visualize the process of data uptake and what the possibilities are for collecting data on their own sites, and what the potential is for getting good results out of whatever investigations they do in their, on their properties that they're interested in. So there's really a lot to talk about. I think the idea that what you mentioned of a network of people in academic institutions throughout Pennsylvania that can connect with stakeholders and stewards across Pennsylvania to engage in terms of education and preservation is a really great idea. And we already know, you guys know on the board of other people doing the same thing as me, other places, and there's no reason why we shouldn't all talk and cooperate. So yeah, there's a lot of possibility and potential. The only limits from my perspective is time and ease of access in terms of schedule and distance.
And we probably have time for about one more question if anyone else has anything that they would like to ask. Anything else?
There's a question from Harriet.
Okay. For those of us who are new to the PA Hallowed Grounds organization, how do we get involved and what is the process in getting cemeteries recognized? And I guess I can field that. So for those of you who are new, welcome. We're delighted to have you here today. And we really, like to see this as a big tent. We want to get everyone who's either working on cemeteries, committed to this mission, or willing to contribute in any way to join together to advance this work. So being at today's meeting is obviously the first way to get connected. When you register, one of the things that we're going to be doing as an organization in the coming months is creating a more formalized way for both individuals and groups to connect to the organization. So I will likely be sending you something to the email that you use to register. So we would love to get you connected that way. We do have a website and a Facebook page if you want to connect with us directly. In terms of getting cemeteries recognized, we currently do not, as an organization, have a way that we are designating cemeteries as hallowed grounds, although that is something that we have talked about. One of the things that we're trying to focus on right now is making sure that all cemeteries and burial grounds, and we originally, our original mission was focusing on the burial grounds of United States colored troops, but we have expanded our mission that we are looking really at any United States colored troops, any African-American burial grounds, from the first slave burial grounds to more contemporary sites. There are some things where we are trying to, if possible, get sites eligible or listed on the National Register of Historic Places. We do want to include them in our database as an organization. Historical markers are something that the state has, which are very challenging to get, but is something that can be applied for through the State Historic Preservation Office. But we really hope that both individuals and groups will connect to the organization. And I saw in the comments that when Samantha Dorm is speaking later, she's also going to offer some tips for new cemetery stewards as well. I don't know if anybody wanted to add anything to that.
No,
Okay.
I think you've covered everything, Steve. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to again, thank you to all of our speakers from this morning. We really appreciated having Kelly Lizaraga give us an update on the federal situation. Thank you to Jason Herman and Julia Burns for talking about the fantastic work that the Penn Museum is doing to collaborate and help Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds and in terms of mapping sites. Dr. Christopher Woods, wanted to thank you both for your comments this morning, but also for the incredible support from the Penn Museum for this work of preserving Pennsylvania's African-American burial grounds and cemeteries, as well as the other work that you're doing and advocating for at the Penn Museum. We're going to take a little bit of an intermission. At 12:30, Joe Beckton is going to begin his intermission interlude, and then we will regroup at 12:45, and we'll be turning to reports from cemetery stewards and community partners. So thank you again to all of our speakers. Thank you for everyone who's been with us this morning. Please feel free to take a little bit of time to stretch your feet, get a snack, and we'll be back at 12:45.
Thank you.
Barbara, did you?
No, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Woods. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Julia. All of you were awesome. And I do hope that we can continue connect. I hope you stay around for the afternoon session. And if not, it is being recorded. It will be out there for later usage. And hopefully this will add to what we've been doing, and hopefully more people will be joining forces with us, as we have mentioned already. So stick around, enjoy Joe's music, because he is famous in the Philadelphia region and beyond with the wonderful music that he puts out. He does it all. So enjoy. All right.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I really enjoyed it.
You're welcome. All right, Joe, it's your thing.
So, as many of you know, my name is Joe Beckton, and I'm the Civil War flag guy. Right? So, what does that have to do with anything? Well, believe it or not, we on my regiment, the 3rd Regiment United States Colored Troops, we believe that these flags will help people identify these Civil War soldiers. So, we placed them on graves throughout Pennsylvania, especially USCTs, and we've also expanded into New Jersey and into Delaware. So, we all have monuments. Of course, right now, everybody's arguing and fussing about monuments. Well, there's some monuments that are going, and there are some monuments that are coming, all right? So some monuments are on their way. I always like to remind everyone that we have our monuments already, and they're in our graveyard. We don't often go there. We don't often visit them, but maybe we should. As William C. Nell said back in 1855, it's our job to illuminate those heroes, those people who went through all the struggles, those people who overcame all the obstacles to leave us where we are today. So instead of that Civil War flag that we normally think of, the X's, there was this circular flag, a 34-star flag, a 35-star flag, the flag that meant freedom as they went across the United States, across the South, telling everybody everywhere today we're free. So, and by the way, they're very inexpensive, around $5. You can get them at places like Gettysburg and Harrisburg. So, Civil War flags, and don't forget about the GAR markers that can go along with it. So the flag should be and can be mounted in a GAR marker. The next song, I'm going to utilize this thing. It's called a harmonica. Many of you are familiar with it. You've heard of them before. You see Africans with a harmonica. A lot of times you say, yeah, Africans. No. Harmonicas are invented in Germany around 1822. But the reason that we love them, or that I love them, is because the harmonica is a party in my pocket. That's right. I take it out, and there goes the party. So one of my favorite songs that I always play with my Sergeant Major, and of course I'm dedicating this whole presentation to my Sergeant Major Joseph Lee, one of the founders of the 3rd Regiment United States Colored Troops, a Boy Scout leader, a Masonic leader, a church Saxon at Mother Zor. So the man was just everywhere all the time, always helping, always teaching, and this is one of the songs that we often sang together. So that's the song they say was written by John Newton. The next song is, of course, about my Civil War soldiers themselves. This one was called the Colored Volunteers. This particular song, they said was written by a guy named Tom Craig. Well, maybe it was. I always like to think that it was actually written by a United States colored troop soldier, somebody who was living it, but maybe not. Maybe Mr. Craig was the one who wrote it. We've just adopted it because it was just so appropriate. Give us a flag all free without a slave. We'll fight to defend it as our fathers did so brave. The gallant Company A will make the rebels dance. We'll stand by the Union if we only had the chance. Fremont boldly told us when this cruel war begun how to save the Union the way it must be done. Kentucky, she was striding, and old Abe had his fears, and everybody's whispering about the colored volunteers. So give us the flag all free without a slave. We'll fight to defend it as our fathers did so brave. But boy is hungry for freedom, don't you see? God bless America and the colored infantry. Little went to Richmond with 200,000 braves. He said, hold back the Negroes and the Union I will save. But Little Mac was defeated. The country is in tears, and everybody's wondering where's the colored volunteers. Give us a flag all free without a slave. We'll fight to defend it as our fathers did so brave. When Company A will make the rebels dance, and we'll stand by the Union if we only had a chance. Jeff Davis said he'd murder us if he captured us in arms. We take him very seriously, though we are not alarmed. Cause first he's got to catch us, and this we do not see. Cause there is not a faint heart in the colored infantry. So give us a flag, or free without a slave. We'll fight to defend it as our fathers did so brave. Onward, boys, onward, for freedom, don't you see? God bless America and the land of liberty. Rally, boys, rally, our time has come at last. It's been a hard road, but the time is changing fast. Cause God is on our side. We have no need to fear. America could be saved by the colored volunteers. So give us a flag, or free without a slave. We'll fight to defend it as our fathers did so brave. Onward, boys, onward, for freedom, don't you see? God bless America, the colored infantry. Onward, boys, onward, it's the land of liberty. Fight for America, you just give us a chance. We die for America if we only had a chance. And we'll stand for America if you just give us a chance. There you go. Sometimes a song brings out the spirit of the day, I hope. This one is an original song. It's about the season that we're in right now. All the leaves are falling down, some are yellow, some are brown, some are orange, some are red, and they all seem to be dead, cause it's autumn. Autumn. Teach the president no more room for residence. All our time is money spent, and we wonder where it went, cause it's autumn. It's autumn. All my friends are here tonight. Don't know which way is wrong, which way is right. Searching for some eternal light. Cause it's autumn. Yes, it's autumn. Cause it's autumn. See the squirrels run through the trees, honey, come to the trees, running here and running there, cause they're very much aware that it's autumn. This is autumn. See black snow fall from the sky, it's a warning that we'll die. Even the fish out in the sea filled up with that mercury, cause it's autumn. Yes, it's autumn. This whole world keeps going round. Don't know which way is up, which way is down. Searching for some eternal sound. Cause it's autumn. Autumn. Cause it's autumn. All the leaves are on the ground, some are yellow, some are brown, some are orange, some are red, and they all seem to be dead, cause it's autumn. Yes, it's autumn. Autumn. Cause it's autumn. I've got just one more for my 15-minute segment. Once again, I'm Joe Beckton, our graveyards are our monuments. You know, we need to go. We need to take our children. There's a propaganda out there that says that we're criminals, that we're murderers. Go to the graveyard. Go to the graveyard. See your ancestors. See your grandparents. See who they were. They weren't criminals. They were heroes. You know, they fought against Jim Crow. They fought against the Nazis. They fought against racism. They moved all the way from fighting to go to the bathroom to the place where we are today. So let's remember who they were and what they've done and who we are. Enjoy the conference, and may God bless Sergeant Major Jolie.
Awesome, Joe.
Yes.
As always, awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm good with the 15 minutes.
You are excellent. You know how to do it. You know how to do it, Joe. You're always good. And take it off of presenters, whatever. Let me see how to do this. There we go. Okay, so folks, we're moving right along here. And it seemed like we're right on time. So at this point, then one of our board members will be taking over from this point. Bertha?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you see me?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Bertha Jackman, and as Barbara just said, I am a board member of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. I am the church historian at Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church in Devon, Tredyffrin Township in Chester County, and I represent our cemetery. This afternoon, it is my pleasure to introduce 4 committed cemetery stewards as one of I will announce them 2 at a time. Questions should be posted in the chat and they will be answered after all 4 stewards have presented. Also, if time permits, we will call for more cemetery stewards or others out in the audience who would like to share briefly what is going on with or in your cemeteries. Our first presenter is Samantha Dorm. Her presentation title is The Evolution of the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery. Samantha is a grant writer, a reluctant historian, and one of the driving forces behind the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery in York County. Through volunteer efforts, Friends of Lebanon Cemetery serves to uncover the rich history of York County's African-American burial grounds by researching, identifying, and documenting the people interred in the cemetery, linking familial ties, preserving and restoring not just their locations, but their stories. Samantha?
Yes, and did you also want to introduce?
Oh, yes, sorry. I'm sorry, I just said that. I'm sorry.
He's just excited.
So I might, yes, and nervous. Dr. Leroy Hopkins. The title of his presentation is Reviving Stevens. He will talk about Stevens Greenland Cemetery, the last burial ground in Lancaster City, Lancaster County for the exclusive use of African Americans that was recently refurbished and made more presentable. Dr. Hopkins is a native of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He holds a BA in German and Russian from Millersville State College and a doctorate in Germanic languages and literatures from Harvard University. He is currently the professor emeritus of foreign languages from Millersville University, where he taught German for 36 years. Dr. Hopkins was appointed by former Governor Dick Thornburgh to the Black History Advisory Committee of the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, and also to the Planning Committee for the Commonwealth's Tricentennial. He currently serves on the board of Lancaster History and on the steering committee of the Elm Street Project. Okay, Samantha.
Excellent, thank you. Let me see if I can share my screen here. And just for confirmation, should be able to see Evolution of Friends of Lebanon Cemetery on the screen. Is it projecting correctly?
Yes.
Excellent.
It's showing your whole screen.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. Got it. Looking good.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me on behalf of the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery here in York, Pennsylvania. Lebanon Cemetery was established in 1872. It is the largest African-American cemetery in York County. However, it is not the only African-American cemetery in York County. There are a few smaller ones, mostly in the southern part of the county, as well as out in the eastern part before heading over into Lancaster County. So many times when people are talking about Lebanon Cemetery, we do say, you know, it's the only African-American cemetery. It is not. It is, however, unique in that it is a community cemetery, not affiliated with the church. So as I was approaching how to do this presentation today, who says that we can't have fun when we're talking about cemetery preservation? So the rest of our conversation today will be preserving a cemetery for zombies, a how-to guide or a start to a how-to guide to cemetery preservation, because after hours of research, you too may look like the Walking Dead. So we start with how and why was Lebanon Cemetery created? And when we're doing our presentations, One of the articles that we pulled was from the 1960s, when a survey was done here in York County of the different cemeteries, asking specifically whether or not Negroes could be interred in their cemeteries. Of course, the answer was no, or not really, or it's not a part of our charter, or it's not listed. So specifically, second paragraph here, only members of the Caucasian race may be buried here. But outside of this, and why I put this on the screen, are those words deeds and charters. For the person that earlier was asking about, what do you do when you're first getting started? We had no clue when our group came together as far as the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery in 2019. I had the pleasure of being able to reach out to Ms. Barbara Barksdale and others that are here with us today, and they've been kind of guiding us along the way. So with this, first and foremost, where is the charter and what does it say? We had no idea. So I'm guessing that many or others are in the same boat. So part of that was being able to understand the terminology. So some of the information that I have here, when you form a nonprofit organization as a corporation, there are two documents that state requires, and that's the charter and the bylaws. The charter explains the purpose for the nonprofit's existence and is also known as the Articles of Incorporation. The bylaws are the actual rules and regulations that the organization must abide by. Generally, these documents must accompany the registration, highlighted, of the business when the application goes to the Secretary of State. So there are a number of things that are outlined or highlighted here, including registration. One thing that we did do with our group, we reached out to an attorney, and not just any attorney, but an attorney that was specializing in cemetery law to see about getting some additional guidance. So question, registration. What registration? Just trying to figure out who regulates cemeteries in Pennsylvania. The answer is the Real Estate Commission. There are no rules that govern specific burial or maintenance practices in Pennsylvania. Private, for-profit cemeteries fall under the jurisdiction of the Real Estate Commission because they are involved in the buying and selling of deeds. Within the slide here, we do have links to the site for the Real Estate Commission, and there's a significant amount of information on their website to help guide folks through this process. So earlier today, I believe Steve mentioned about the Pennsylvania State Historic and Archaeological, the Pennsylvania State Historic Preservation Office specifically are maintaining an inventory of historic places, and that includes cemeteries. That documentation will range from very little information up to nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. That inventory can be searched online using their online database, which is PA Share. At the bottom of the screen here, we do have the website for PA Share. So what's taking place right now with PA Share? Pennsylvania State Historic Preservation Office has an online GIS database of older and historic places in Pennsylvania. So what they are doing at this point is that they are trying to document those underrepresented sites as far as to include in their inventory. So at this point, they are asking for folks to go online. There's a survey which is linked here. I believe we'll get that information into the chat as well. And on this survey, they're asking you to get that out to churches and the cemeteries in the counties that are listed on the screen to be able to complete that. And also their staff is available to be able to answer any questions. So what we're looking at here in York, as I mentioned, we're with the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery, but we know of at least 4 other sites So we are going to be talking with our York County History Center, as well as some other stewards of preservation, as well as documentation of history here in York County, to see how we can pull our resources together to make sure that all of the sites are represented. We've also posted on our Facebook page and have reached out to members of the Black Ministers Association here in York County, asking them to complete the survey, but also letting them know if they need assistance to reach out to our volunteers. So what are the rewards that come from all of this? Mind you, that was just a small snapshot of some of the information that goes into this, just kind of building out that information. If anybody wants a copy of the presentation afterwards, my contact information will be up for our group and we can send that direct. And of course, you'll have access to the link here for PA Hallowed Grounds. So let's talk rewards. Our group started, formally started around 2019. There were other folks that were coming out and helping at the cemetery, organizing cleanups prior to that, but as far as getting an association and then also filing for a 501c3, that happened in 2019. Part of what we do, uncovering markers represents just a very small aspect of what is taking place at Lebanon Cemetery. We are situated on a hill, and we've had a lot of erosion and things through the years. So we have many of the flat markers that have sunken beneath the surface and were not visible. To date, since 2019, we have uncovered over 600 of the flat markers. We generally do monthly cleanups from spring up until early fall. Our next one will be on November 6th here in York County. And we make sure that we're documenting all of these. And next, as far as that documentation, making sure that information is public. So we are utilizing two resources, one of which is, of course, Find a Grave, which is connected to ancestry.com. And so in addition to that, we also use a site which is Billion Graves. The nice thing about Billion Graves is when you're taking a picture of the markers or headstones, it assigns a GPS coordinate, which allows that information to be shared publicly for families, and it will walk them directly to that site. Now, I mentioned the flat markers that we have been able to uncover, and many then to reset to make them visible. When we first started this 2 years ago, now going on 3, I guess, we had no idea what we were doing. And we would just pull them up and kind of put a little bit of dirt underneath and things on that line, which of course resulted in them sinking once again. So we've reached out to some professionals for technical assistance and working on other techniques to make sure that the work that we're doing is going to last a bit longer. Within the Find a Grave app, for folks that we've not been able to find a marker, or maybe they never had one, we are going into newspapers.com and pulling the obituaries, and we will post in the obituary so at least people are accounted for. So what you see on the screen is to date within our 5 acres, we have listed over 3,500 individuals. Only 74% of those include a photograph, and then in even smaller percentages, not all of those photographs are going to be a stone or marker. Some are just the obituary that would be present. A little bit about collaborations as well as technical assistance. When I said about reaching out to folks and getting some assistance, the backbone of our organization has been Wayne, locally would be Wayne Sweeney, Tina Charles, Jenny DeJesus Marshall, Lisa Marie Nelson. But then we have many dedicated volunteers that do jump in different ways, some with the physical work that's done at the cemetery, and others are helping us with research, such as Becky Anstein here in York. We've been able to, of course, work with PA Hallowed Grounds. working with the local newspaper and historians and having some of the stories that we're uncovering put to print. Being able to work with the York County History Center and having copies of our files are available through the History Center to be shared with others, working with PA Archives, the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, colleges and universities, not just local, but in other parts of the country. We were able to work with the University of Virginia, who was documenting information about one of our Civil War soldiers, not knowing that they were interred at Lebanon Cemetery in York, Pennsylvania. So we've done a full document exchange with the folks in Virginia and our History Center here through our Friends of Lebanon Cemetery, as well as working with veterans organizations, American Legions. In regards to outreach, earlier this year, back in April, the Lieutenant Governor did come for a site tour, had the pleasure of introducing my father to the Lieutenant Governor and seeing about getting his father, his flag holder, for having served in World War II. So that was kind of a highlight of the year on a personal note for me. And then just last month, Mrs. Fetterman came to the cemetery. However, she wasn't interested in a walking tour. She came to work. I tried to hand her some little hand tools, and as you can see, she pretty much ignored me and, you know, grabbed the weed whacker and off she went. She did a fantastic job for us, and they've been stewards. But the big thing about this is when they have been out and when, of course, the media is reaching out, we're never talking about only Lebanon Cemetery. We're talking about the needs of the network. We're talking about the needs of African-American cemeteries across the Commonwealth. We have asked that some of the things that they would do in championing this cause, of course, would be to encourage people to volunteer in their communities to address these issues. Being able to spread awareness about family rights and protections related to burial. Much of that information is available on the Real Estate Commission website, but people aren't looking at that site. So, you know, having that awareness information out, particularly in light of COVID. It was mentioned in my bio that I do work on grants for a living. And so through the American Rescue Plan, for individuals that have lost their life as a result of COVID, FEMA will cover the cost up to a certain amount for burials. And that's very important for families right now. So getting that information out. And then also, we have asked for an appointment of someone to oversee cemetery laws. For those of us that are involved in this, we know that it's very disjointed. There's several different offices that are involved, depending on what the issue may be. If it's the Real Estate Commission, the Auditor General, the Attorney General, so on and so forth. And it's really difficult to figure out who do I go to when all you want to do is just help. We have begun offering walking history tours at Lebanon Cemetery. The bottom corner there is Mary J. Small. She was the first female elder in the Methodist Church. She and Bishop Small are interred at Lebanon Cemetery. And then we have many others that have historical significance, not just locally, but nationally, and in some cases internationally. And that's where, you know, working with PHMC, they are helping us in this process to see what we can do to get recognition. Contact information is here for the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery. We have our email address. We do have a Facebook page. I would ask that for other folks that are on, if you have a Facebook page for your group, you know, let's all make sure that we're kind of networking, certainly networking with the PA Hallowed Ground site, but also between our sites and sharing information. We have begun that if there are other sites that are doing cleanups in their area, particularly within the South Central region, we're helping to promote those cleanups. There's one today at Lincoln Cemetery today and tomorrow in the Harrisburg area, and our group will probably go up there. We've also been down to Maryland because we have so many connections. Our website address is here as well. So with that, if there are any quick questions.
The questions will be posted at the end, and then we'll just do them all together from our IT folks, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Samantha.
All right, our next speaker is Dr. Leroy Hopkins. Dr. Hopkins. I know I saw him on here earlier.
He's muted.
Can we unmute Dr. Hopkins, please?
There, I unmuted myself.
There you go.
I'm going to talk about the rejuvenation of Stevens Greenland Cemetery. The cemetery was named after Thaddeus Stevens, but to understand the importance of the cemetery, you have to look at the previous history. The first cemetery for Africans, they weren't African Americans yet, was behind my church. I'm a member of Bethel AME Church, Lancaster. Our church was organized in 1817, and from 1817 to 1906, most Africans who died in the city were buried at that church. It also needs some care. We're trying to assemble the names of the persons buried there. It's not apparent from the physically, because there's only about 35 markers, and we know that there's at least 300 people buried there. In the 1890s, there was an attempt to purchase land and start a new cemetery, but that was blocked by neighbors who didn't want Africans buried in their neighborhood. Finally, in 1906, a group of businessmen, including African Americans, Edward Millen was one, who was actually the secretary, got a charter. In 1907, the cemetery was officially dedicated. The mayor of Lancaster, J.P. McCaskey, spoke. And over the years, it was sort of a tug and pull to find out who owned what. We do not have the exact records, or we didn't have the exact records of who was buried there. Thanks to the efforts of Gordon Reed. Gordon is a member of the Afro-American Historical Society of South Central Pennsylvania. He took it upon himself to do research on cemeteries, Black cemeteries. If you drive by the cemetery, it's in the 1300th block of South Duke Street, just at the outer limits of the city. There are about 85 markers that are visible. Gordon, however, through his research has discovered that there are approximately 900 individuals buried there. The importance of the cemetery is self-evident. It is the largest burial ground for African-American veterans in the county. There are 52 veterans from the Civil War, the Indian Wars, Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, and the Korean conflict. It was being maintained by my cousin. My cousin was the exalted ruler of the Conestoga Lodge of Elks. And they bought the property for $1 about 20 years ago. And basically what was done was they cut the grass. That was it. This spring, I believe it was early April, I got a phone call from a judge of the Veterans Court, and he told me that every year the courts would hold a Memorial Day service to honor veterans. And he was upset that the cemetery where they normally held it was segregated. Well, of course, that didn't surprise me, since most cemeteries in Lancaster County are segregated. And so he said, we're going to fix it up. I said, okay. So what happened, 6 Saturdays in a row from 9 to 12, we had approximately 40 volunteers come and clean up the cemetery. And when I say volunteers, I mean county judges, police officers, adult probation and parole officers, and ordinary citizens came, and Kathleen Anderson, who's also a member of the African American Historical Society, she introduced us to D2, so we call her the D2 Queen. And so what they did was they cleaned off the stones so that you can read them from about 20 yards away. Two of the county commissioners came. In one case, the county commissioner provided the funds for a light for the flagpole. We got a new flag. The entrance to the cemetery was repainted. And at the dedication on Memorial Day, I was one of the speakers. And I had expected to have maybe 20 or 30 visitors in the audience. Instead, it drew 350 individuals because the police were there counting. And it was remarkable. We put a historical marker there talking about the importance of the cemetery. And this revival of the cemetery is giving me, I guess, new enthusiasm about doing something I've thought about for several decades, and that is finding out who's buried in our cemeteries. There are 17 cemeteries in Lancaster County where only Blacks are buried, and most of them are not maintained. Some have been abandoned. For example, in Conestoga, which is a rural community 3 miles southwest of Lancaster, there's a cemetery that has about 100, maybe 200 individuals buried. Members of my mother's family are buried there. And last year, a student at Franklin Marshall College did a senior thesis in archaeology, studying the graveyard there. And she wants to continue on the doctoral level. And she lives in Minnesota, and she came back last weekend to visit the area. And one of the things that she found, talking to residents, probably the most notable person buried in the Conestoga Cemetery is Harriet Sweeney. Harriet Sweeney was an African-American powwow doctor. And when she died, some decades after her death, they did an exploration around her house. Well, actually, they tore it apart to build a barn. And they found some artifacts which have now been donated to the anthropology office at Franklin Marshall. And then there are others. One of the reasons I was interested in Stevens is because my grandfather and my grandmother are buried there. That's my mother's parents. And also two of their children, one of which my uncle was a Buffalo soldier, and he served under Pershing in Texas. And he served in the 24th Infantry from 1914 to 1920. And what we're trying to do is not just clean the physical cemetery, but also retrieve the stories that are buried in that cemetery. For example, two of the leading political leaders of the 20th century in the African-American community are buried there. Albert E. Wilson and Abram Polite. Between the two of them, they were involved in every progressive movement from 1900 to 1950. And so this is, as I said, there's 17 cemeteries, and we want to do some more work with the other cemeteries. But even beyond that, you're looking at Civil War dead. Several years ago, I wrote a history of African Americans from Lancaster County in the Civil War, and I identified about a little over 300, and 150 are buried in 34 cemeteries in Lancaster County. And I'm certain that not all of them have the flags and have the proper recognition. So these are projects that we want to address. And I do have some allies. I'm hoping to do some of the work at my church, it was called the Hopkins Study Center. It was named after my parents. And I've been charged with developing a budget for it. And so I'm going to be looking at how I can turn it into a research and study center. Well, that's my comments. I know it's not 15 minutes, but since I don't have any pictures to show, I thought I'd paint it with a few words. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hopkins. Both of those stories and presentations were excellent, chock full of information that I know that the rest of us will be using. Okay. All right. The next two speakers are Anna Smith and Lisa Money. A quote Anna Smith uses to describe herself is, "I have an appreciation for preserving the stories of people from the past. Searching for things unknown is a passion of mine," unquote. This summer, Anna joined a committee that will restore the African Methodist Episcopal Cemetery in Mifflin County. The project is called the African American Memorial Cemetery Restoration, Lewistown, PA. Anna was born in Harrisburg, PA, and grew up in many locations, including Hawaii and Honduras. She is a graduate of Lock Haven University with the BA in psychology, and she also holds an MED in counseling education from Penn State University. Anna is in her 23rd year as a school counselor and is currently working in the Middletown area school district. Lisa Money will talk about a mission to honor the forgotten, the Buffalo Soldiers 22nd Regiment U.S. Colored Troops Cemetery in Gloucester County, New Jersey. Lisa was born in South Philadelphia and later moved to Williamstown, New Jersey. She graduated from Williamstown High School and went on to continue her education at Rowan College of Gloucester County. In 2011, she was charged with coming to the rescue of an abandoned and dilapidated U.S. Colored Troops Civil War cemetery. It is now called the Buffalo Soldiers 22nd Regiment U.S. Colored Troops Cemetery in honor and dedication of all the unnamed and forgotten Black soldiers. Lisa is the CEO of Advocacy for the Forgotten, a nonprofit organization she started for the continuation and support of preservation of historic African American sites and organizations. Anna Smith.
Okay, I unmuted myself. Now, can everyone see me or only hear me?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay. I don't see myself. Does that mean I'm not on the big screen? I just want to make sure for when I'm sharing.
You are on the big screen.
Okay. All right. I can't see myself. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about what's going on in Lewistown. I have to tell you that it's very new. It's something that, let me see if I get it right, the director of the Juniata Valley Chambers of Commerce, I believe it was the Visitors Bureau director and the Mifflin County Historical Society joined together with people from the community that wanted to support the restoration, preservation of what's called they're calling it the AME Cemetery. I think if you look on Find a Grave, you'll see that it is under African American, the church cemetery. I guess one question that I had for the committee when I joined it, and let me just tell you, I happened to join it because the retired pastor for the Bethel AME Church, which is diagonally across from the cemetery, they reached out to him asking him about the cemetery. And he said that he knew nothing about the cemetery until a descendant back in 1989 reached out to him asking about whether he knew if her ancestor was buried there. And so that intrigued him, and he realized that the cemetery was very unkept. The grass was extremely high. Nobody was caring for it. And he reached out to the, I guess, different leaders in the community to see what they could do. And he was basically turned down. So he went to the newspaper and he got people interested. And so from that, the cemetery was cleared out and cleaned out as best they could. And the grass, the maintenance was done. This summer, the director of the Chambers of Commerce she walks past that area, and she just had an idea, like, maybe we need to do something for the cemetery. So the committee's focus is really to try to make it become a place that people are aware of. They want to put a big sign up. They, wanted to do some landscaping. And when I got involved in it because of Pastor Carpenter, I wanted to make sure that we're not just making it a prettier place, that we're making sure we understand who's buried there and the contributions that they had to the community at the time. So the cemetery I want to share you. I went on Saturday to take some pictures. So hopefully I do this correctly. Let me see. Present. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize. How do I get back? Okay, sorry. You're seeing everything that I was going to show you, but I'll get there to the beginning. I should tell you that I am a school counselor by profession and an amateur genealogist by hobby. This is the Lewistown Cemetery that sits along Juniata Street, and you can see it's pretty empty of not a lot of headstones. On the side, you'll notice where the fence is, the property that connects right to it. The committee is trying to make sure that they don't build anything right up to the property, because that's the side where they want to put the sign. I have a little video to show you so you could kind of walk through the cemetery with me. I'm not sure what year that monument was put, but it's in a reference to the Civil War soldiers that are buried there. When you look at this, you see a lot of flags. So after the video, I'll talk to you a little bit about that, because there's probably not as many colored troop soldiers buried there as markers, but I'm not sure. On that side where you might have just saw a little bit of the fence is the part where there's a blacktop. And I had posed some questions to our committee, which I'll talk about in just a second. We had the privilege of having Professor Berg come to talk with us, because I wanted to make sure that we were doing right by the people buried in the cemetery, and that we were not just focusing on the beauty of the cemetery. We were also looking at the actual people buried there and their stories. Just quickly, let me just show you. Oh, I apologize. If you see, this is one of the corners of the cemetery, and this is the way it was up until a couple weeks ago. The committee wanted to do one thing, and they wanted to bring someone who was a professional to train some of us how to restore and to clean and preserve the actual headstones. So we had someone come from Atlas Preservation, I think I'm saying it right, Jonathan Appel, and he came and trained us in a 2-day training. Those of us that signed up, some were stewards of other cemeteries in town, or historians, or just people interested, and they helped us to, with that D2, do some cleaning. There's a picture of him when he was there. In that corner there was a previous picture, and I wanted to show you this headstone. It was actually turned over. So when Professor Berg, when you came, we couldn't even see that headstone. I said to them, let's lift this headstone. They told me, no, you need a couple men to do it. I said, okay, that's fine. Let's still do it. And we did it. And you can see it was very well preserved. With the D2, a lot of the headstones that were there, weeks later, when I went back this Sunday, I could actually read more of the information, which helps. And I should say that I'm part of the committee where we're looking at the research of the families and trying to find descendants, if possible, looking at the stories. And I want to tell you, Barbara Barksdale, that because of my conversation with you, I motivated our committee to do a deed search, which has presented a lot of very interesting information, but we're still doing that.
Wonderful.
Here's a couple more headstones. I wanted to show you these. Let's see here, let me do my laser. This one here. This was completely buried in the ground where you could only see probably this part right here. And, you know, we weren't sure what to do about that. Well, we decided we were going to dig around it. And we discovered that this part here that was actually in the grass had the writing. And what we learned was this was someone who we thought at first, if you look here, it's really hard to tell the date. We thought it was someone who had died in 1819, which was, we were just like, oh my goodness, this is the oldest grave in the cemetery. But then weeks later, when that D2 started working, I noticed it didn't look like 1819, it looked like 1879, but I wasn't sure. We had a researcher at the Mifflin County Historical Society do a little bit more digging, and she did in fact find the obituary for that person. So that helps us in our research. And so I just wanted to show you an improvement that we made just by having the training from someone come. A few more headstones that you can see that were definitely impossible to read, and now we can read a lot better, which helps us in our learning of who the people are. And then we also do have Civil War soldiers buried there. There was different information from them saying at one time that there was 20 something buried there, then it was 18. And then now we only see the headstones of about 6 or 7. So we're still trying to figure out exactly how many Civil War soldiers are buried there. And then finally, and I'm not done with my conversation, but I just wanted to show you this. That's the Facebook page that the committee has. So if you have Facebook and you want to like that, you can follow along with what's going on. The middle is the actual preservation, I guess, company that the man, John Appel, actually came to our site. He was incredible. If I understand correctly, he helped with some pretty old historical headstones or monuments in Jamestown. So it was really fascinating to be trained by him. And then finally over here, I just want to show you, the committee is trying to raise money. And so if you could help spread the word, whether it's to churches or people interested, to help us raise some of the money so that we can try to improve even more of the cemetery. And my contact is there as well, if you want to get in touch with me. I'm going to stop sharing just to talk, if that's okay with all of you. Yeah. The cemetery has up to 100 people buried there. A lot of what I know is that the information that was in the Historical Society before this all started in the summer was very minimal. And so we're trying to look at obituaries, death records, newspapers, the deeds, anything that we can find to try to go backwards and figure out the story of who owned the cemetery. As of a couple of days ago, all I know is in 1919, the trustees of the cemetery sold a portion of the cemetery to, I'm not sure who. There was also a church that I think believed it turned into a school that was next to the cemetery. And the land back in 1850 was deeded to a trustee from the AME Church. But prior to that, the cemetery was being used. So we're still trying to figure out some of that information. I was also told that if the oldest deed is from 1919, we're not exactly sure who owns the cemetery, even though originally when I asked, they said it was the borough. So I wanted to make sure that our committee had some access to experts, and I feel like all of you are the experts. And so that's why I researched this summer, once I became part of the committee, to figure out who could I talk to about what we're doing, and to make sure that we're not just looking at the physical outside beauty of a cemetery. We're looking at how we can tell the story of the people buried there, because in Lewistown, there were people that moved to Liberia and Haiti, and that's part of the story of that town. There were about 45 or maybe even more African-American men who enlisted in the Civil War. They're not all buried in that cemetery, but there is a story. And so I'm just happy to be a part of a committee where we can begin to improve the cemetery, but also try to figure out the stories of the people, and if possible, find any descendants. I am in touch with one descendant, and we talk almost every day. She lives in California. So it's been good getting information from her. But that is the story of the cemetery in Lewistown, and they are calling it the African American Memorial Cemetery because that's the name that Pastor Carpenter used when he cleaned up and restored the cemetery. Prior to that, it seems to have been known as the Colored Cemetery or the Juniata Street Cemetery. So we were looking at trying to change even the name that's on Find a Grave because it's not the accurate, it's not accurate. So that is what I wanted to share. I hope if you have any questions, you can ask me after the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Anna. And our next speaker would be Lisa Money. Lisa?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, introducing myself. You already introduced me. Thank you for having me here today. I'm very honored. First, I want to tell, before I share my presentation, I want to share a little bit about how I started with the cemetery. In 2011, someone came and told me about the cemetery because it was dilapidated. She felt very bad about it. So she told me, she said, well, I'm telling you because I just thought you'd do something about it. So I set out to ask different VFWs if they can assist me in cleaning up the cemetery. I got no's from every VFW that I inquired. So my daughter and I just took on the task of taking care of the cemetery. So we did that from 2011 to about 2017, 2018. And it came to a point I knew with doing the research, I knew that the cemetery has no deed. So I just tried to decide, okay, I understand that. I realized that it still had the name of the plantation owners from way back in 1800s. I wasn't satisfied with that. So someone told me to go reach out to the VA. VA would assist in getting a sign put up because I wanted to sign up. It never had a sign. It never had a name. And of course, like I said, it never had a deed. So VA came out, took a look at it, and they said, we never knew that was there. We passed it every day because it was so dilapidated and overgrown with shrubs, debris, and grass and weeds. So you couldn't barely see it from the road. So anyway, my daughter and I, my son-in-law, we started taking care of the cemetery, named it, I want to start sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. So I just want to say welcome to Advocacy for the Forgotten that presents the Buffalo Soldiers 22nd Regiment United States Colored Troops Cemetery, which is located in Franklinville, New Jersey in Gloucester County. Our mission is preserving our heroes' legacy that fought for our liberty and our freedom. Lest we forget that more than 150 years later, the lives and events of 1861 to 1865 that still touch a responsive chord in the American psyche to keep alive the United States Colored Troop heroism, bravery, and courage by continuously telling stories through books, oral history, documentaries, ceremonies, movies, and also to continue to resurrect and memorialize forgotten hallowed grounds. So this is my favorite part, just sharing the accomplishments of the New Jersey United States Colored Troops. In the cemetery, we found out that there are a few 22nd Regiment United States Colored Troops, Buffalo soldiers that fought in World War I and World War II. The 22nd was a Northern regiment organized at Camp William Penn near Philadelphia in January 1864. More than 600 of the men were from New Jersey. They helped in the capture of Abraham Lincoln's assassin, John Wilkes Booth. Their major had the 22nd New Jersey men participate in President Abraham Lincoln's funeral procession because of, quote, their excellent discipline and good soldier qualities. The 22nd U.S. Colored Troops helped put the fires started by the Confederates who tried to destroy Richmond. Our New Jersey troops helped save the town from utter destruction by putting out the fires. They also aided Harriet Tubman in freeing more than 1,500 slaves to freedom. So I guess you could tell I have quite a fascination with our soldiers. Here is a few pictures of their flag. The United States Colored Troops Regiment had a defiant flag. As you can see on the right, far right, there is a Black soldier holding his musket on a white soldier whose hands is raised in surrender as he's reaching for the white flag of surrender. I want to put their flag up on an exhibit that I'll display to you shortly. Because the flag is so controversial, I was told it may not be a good idea to place the flag up because we may not have a cemetery or an exhibit. Also, like I said earlier, there are a couple of Buffalo soldiers from the 9th and 10th Cavalry, World War I veterans. In the first row, the way the cemetery is situated, I think they have it going from oldest to newest to the oldest, which there are, like I said, slaves in the rear. In the front, there are the World War I soldiers, and then in the middle are the Civil War soldiers. In the rear, this is the cemetery. This is a far view of it. This is what it looks like now. I wish I had a picture of what it looked like prior to how it looks now. Walkway put in by the Home Depot of Deptford, New Jersey. The fence and sign put up by the VA. It's been a really nice community event. Once they realized, the community realized what was there in their midst, and they didn't see, they passed the diamond in the rough every day. They had no idea that they had history in their midst. So once the news media, Channel 6, Channel 29, newspapers, magazines, found out about this cemetery and the history of it, there was just so much assistance and help that I'm very grateful for. So I went from just myself and my daughter and son-in-law to then myself, just myself, because my daughter got busy and couldn't assist me anymore. And I told God one day, I said, I can't do this on my own. And as soon as I said that, I got a phone call from Gloucester County Veterans Affairs saying they just needed to put a few children to work. And that's what they did. I mean, I'm gonna share the picture. On the far upright, these are the students from Gloucester County Tech, USA skills students. They did a fabulous job. in helping knock down trees, put down more trees, evergreens. It's beautiful. Then to the bottom far right, you have the Buffalo Soldiers of Motorcycle Club of New Jersey that come and assist yearly with the heavy cleanup. Any debris, trees that has fallen have to be lifted, replanted. Far right bottom is our groundskeeper, Tom Welch. He's out there every other week cutting the grass. And to the far left is the 22nd Reenactment Soldiers that every year that we've had a ceremony honoring our soldiers, they're there. This is a picture of the 22nd Regiment. It's like a vision board for me. Next year, 2022 Memorial Day, I would like to have a wall of the 22nd Regiment soldiers. And it's basically an exhibit. On one side would be a wall of names of the 22nd Regiment soldiers. In the 22nd is 1,423 soldiers that fought in the Civil War. My idea of doing this wall of soldiers is that when people come to visit, they will be able to find their ancestor on this wall. And so that's all I have to say about that. A lot's going on. It'll start in March, the graphics, and then by May, it will be installed. Last but not least, our website. Please visit our website at advocacyfortheforgotten.com and our Facebook page, Advocacy for the Forgotten. On the website and the Facebook page, you will find, if you come to visit, you will find different events that's going on in the tri-state area. Also, there are events that the Harriet Tubman Museum in Cambridge, Maryland, she is a trailblazer for Civil War history, telling our history. Her name is Linda Parrish. She is the director and historian of the Harriet Tubman Educational Center. So visit that site, or you can just go on my site and visit other sites of other museums, not just Harriet Tubman Museum, but other museums and historical sites that you may find interesting to visit with your family. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Lisa. I just want to say on behalf of all of us, we just want to say thank you, and that we appreciate all four of you for telling us your important and very informative cemetery stories. And then, of course, that will continue. So at this point, are there any more cemetery stewards or others out in the audience who would like to briefly share information about your own cemeteries before we go to our questions and answers portion of the presenters? Anyone else would like to share their stories?
We see Stephen Lyons would like to speak. Is there any way that we can just go ahead and unmute him?
Hello.
There we go. There you go, Stephen.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet everyone. I'm not officially a steward, but I do hold a keen interest in the developments that are happening centering around Shiloh AME Church in Westtown Township. This is what appears to be an extremely important former church and cemetery. There are approximately 123 souls buried there, and I'll try and provide a brief synopsis here. it was one of, I believe, the earliest churches established by Richard Allen as one of these circuit churches. There are several famous people who came to preach there, the Reverend Jarena Lee, and also Henry McNeil Turner preached there. And it existed for roughly 90 years, 90 to 100 years. And it fell into the community, gradually moved on, and it was acquired at some point, I believe in the 30s or 40s, by a private property owner. And there had been some energy developing in like roughly 2014 period to try and preserve the space. Westtown, the church, it had become, the building no longer exists, but the efforts to preserve it have been very strong. The Historical Commission has done great work in trying to preserve the space. There's been this ongoing issue with the property owner, and in June of this year, the township hired a architectural firm to create, I believe it was called a site plan, to kind of paint a picture of what a renovated property would look like, commemoration of the cemetery. Unfortunately, many of the headstones are either disappeared or maybe deep in the ground. They did do a ground penetrating radar survey several years ago. There are, in fact, 123 souls there. And there's just a robust history there. And at this point, they did the architectural firm gave their presentation to the township. I think this was designed to create some energy and forward movement. But the main issue has just been the very delicate discussions, I guess, with the property owner. And there have been several comments throughout the years that it's been difficult to involve greater participation among the African-American community in regards to these efforts. But that's just one perspective. And that was referenced by this architectural firm. There are meeting minutes that are on the Westtown Historical Commission website about that. So as it stands now, they have to get a new appraisal for the site in 2022, but it's just been moving very slow. The township, though, is doing a great job in terms of trying to keep the focus and keep the ball moving forward. But at this point, there's no definitive commitment to establish a formal project of preservation other than what I just mentioned. So that's just a brief summary there. If anybody wants more information, I can forward to or share with everyone.
Can you put your contact information in the chat area, please, Stephen? And also, where's the cemetery located again?
The corner of Shiloh Road and Little Shiloh Road in Westtown Township.
Where is that located? Is that like in which
county?
county?
I'm sorry.
Which county?
Chester.
Oh,
Chester
okay.
County.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
It's just outside Westchester.
Okay. All right. Well, I know now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Roberta Cook has her hand up. Can we unmute you? Ask you unmute. I'm not sure. Jeannie Hunter, one of you can unmute her. There you go, Roberta.
I want to ask how many people have gone and gotten all the way to the National Register? Because we're in the process at Lincoln Cemetery in Gettysburg of doing that. We've gotten the state approval now of their DOE, and now we can go ahead to the national registration. I was wondering if anybody else has gone through that process.
Right, and Dr. Berg, where are you? I can't seem to find you on my thing. Steve? Take yourself off of mute, please.
Yep.
So actually, I just missed I had just stepped away and just stepped
Oh,
out.
okay. Her question was about, because she's dealing with Lincoln Cemetery down there in Gettysburg, that Lincoln. All right. And there, Roberta, can you pose your question again, please?
Yes, excuse me. We've gotten the permission from the state to go on to the National Register application.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering if anyone else has done that, because we're just starting that process and using the new form.
Yeah, so you submitted the information for the eligibility?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so and you're probably working with David Marr?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's very good. So
Yes, he is.
yeah, what's going to happen, so the nice thing is that if you've submitted the information for the eligibility, that it's roughly the same information that you need for the National Register. There just may be things that need to be fleshed out more.
Okay.
And have so you actually completed like the survey, the
DOE.
history? Yeah.
Yeah, the DOE, yeah.
So yeah, basically there's not a whole lot more. It'll be, he may ask for additional information. He may ask for, certain things, additional bits of detail. But if you've submitted that, the National Register, there's some additional data that's required. But Dave should be able to guide you through that process.
Oh, he's been very good. I just got intimidated because the instruction manual for the National Register for the multiple property form is 130 pages long. And that's just the instructions. So it kind of threw me back.
Yeah. And one of the things I would say is that, yeah, don't let the multiple property documentation piece of that scare you off, because really what that's meant to do is to provide you with a little bit of additional, there's one piece of the process, which is when you're looking at the history and the context, that you can refer to the multiple property documentation form. But especially for the Lincoln Cemetery in Gettysburg, the history is well documented and the significance is well documented.
Yes.
And if you've got a good description, Dave can help you to massage all that.
Oh, he's been wonderful. Yeah. He's been wonderful. I just didn't know if anybody else was going through this process.
So I'm actually in the process right now with the Locust Grove, and I actually started with the old process and then sort of transitioning to the new process. So you're probably one of the pioneers with the new process here. So you'll have to share your experience with everyone when you're done.
And this is Bertha.
I'm sorry, but Roberta, can you tell me how Betty is doing for right now? I haven't heard from her in a while.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, tell her I asked about her, please.
I sure will.
All righty. And we have a person. Go ahead.
This is Bertha Jackman. And I just want to just add a little comment about the process of getting on the National Register. What it sounds like, fortunately for us, we did this before that form came out, and we were approved in 2015. It took us about 6 years from the time that we started even applying for the DOE, the Determination of Eligibility, and 6 years, like I said, until the time we were actually approved. I just want to just encourage you, based on what Steve just said, try not to be intimidated, because it is an intimidating process. But once you have your DOE, like Steve said, they're going to look for a little more detailed information. And so just hang in there, don't give up. Because it's a wonderful day when you get the email saying that you've been listed.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
And I think
Thank you.
is good, because it is, you do the DOE, then you have to get things right to get it to the State Historic Preservation Board. and then it goes to the National Park Service. And all along the way, they may keep asking you for different things. So the process can drag on, but yeah, just don't lose faith and don't be intimidated by the process.
Thank you both very much.
All right, and we see that Chris had, Chris Frisbee, or Frisbee, had your hand up, and we need to unmute him. Chris, I'm working on it. Jeannie or Hunter, can you help me out?
Could you say the name you're looking for again?
His name is Chris.
Chris
Frisbee.
Frisbee? Okay.
Yes.
Unmute. You should be able to unmute
There you are.
yourself.
Hi, everyone. I have just hopped on this important gathering here, and just am so thrilled to see the number of people who clearly are committed to this important history. Just very quickly, I was meant to be on a flight, and so now I'm doing this in between till I get to the next one. But I am a steward of Zion Union Cemetery in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Proud 54th descendant. And I'm not sure if this has been broached at all, but one of the things our cemetery association has faced over the years, a difficulty, is the fact that we are not a 501c3. And it's something that I've sort of pushed off, but I'm feeling now the necessity that we get there, so that we can more successfully, secure funds from grants and that sort of thing. And so I just was having conversations recently to maybe really begin that process in earnest. I'm wondering if other folks have had experience with their cemetery associations or boards. Any insights that folks would have to offer would be appreciated. And I want to say hi to Dr. Berg.
Oh, hi, Chris. It's great to see you.
Is such a wonderful man, and it was so helpful in assisting us at Zion Union to do so many things and getting our PHMC marker. But hi, Dr. Berg.
Edward McLaughlin, did you have a response to him, or did you have? Hunter, I need you to do it again.
Unmute me, okay.
There you go. All right.
No, I don't have a response to him. One of my purposes here, I want to advocate, bring more to light the Camp William Penn, and that's what I've been doing. And I urge people to go to the Camp William Penn website. And the top is a black border, and database and archives is a database that I unloaded, that I developed during the pandemic rather than do puzzles. That database includes 400,000 documents of Camp William Penn soldiers, 18,000 folders, has their complete military records, has many grave locations, death certificates, personal histories, genealogies, and I encourage you to look at that. It took me the entire pandemic to do that. And I started this because I had someone came to our Civil War roundtable and gave a talk on Camp William Penn. And I happened to say, a lot of them are buried in the Philadelphia National Cemetery. That precipitated, that was 6 books ago and lots of lectures. And when I went into this, do my study, I realized that there's 1,000 Black Civil War soldiers and sailors buried in this 2 segregated sections of that cemetery. I went on a speaking tour and to petition the Veterans Administration to install a storyboard there. Please go to YouTube and you can put in Philadelphia National Cemetery and you'll see the dedication we had several years ago with about 400 people there. This was a piece of history that was almost totally unknown. I went on a speaking tour, and a year into it, the Veterans Administration put 3 storyboards up, one for the cemetery system at large, and one to Galusha Pennypacker, their Medal of Honor winner, and one to the about 183 Confederates buried there. They missed their biggest. the biggest story. But now there's a 4-story board there. Please go there. And I said, one of the books that I did write was called Where Have All the Soldiers Gone?, which lists the burial location, as many burial locations I could find for the Camp William Penn soldiers. I've found about 530 cemetery locations for these soldiers throughout the country, including Argentina, Canada, and Hawaii. Half of them are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Joe Beckton has your books right now pointing in his in front of his face there. So if people could, there it is. He's showing your book.
Oh, you show my book. Very good.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I have it here too.
There you go. Yeah.
Look, there's another one. This is my conjecture through my findings, but I'm going to ask a question, and no one answers this. I'm not asking for an answer. But I said, "Where's the largest burial spot for one-time slaves north of the Mason-Dixon line?" And it's the I believe it's the Philadelphia National Cemetery. Or I have another book, and that's about several hundred possible slaves. These were soldiers and sailors buried in that cemetery that were born in slave states. I also have several dozen soldiers and sailors with their deed of manumission. These were definite slaves, no question about it. I have a picture of the tombstone, a picture of the deed of manumission. So please go to the Camp William Penn website. It's a mountain of information here, and if you go into it, you'll be on it for quite a while. So that's all I have to say. I'm trying to support Camp William Penn. Bring this camp. That's the largest training camp for United States colored troops in the country. It's a block outside of the Philadelphia city limits in Cheltenham, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. And I'm just trying to bring this up in the to the limelight, and also visit Philadelphia National Cemetery. When I started this, 95% of the people I asked, I told about, they said, "Where's that?" So yeah, it's my little spiel. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Edward. Pamela DeJarnette, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up. You did not? Okay, I'm reading your lips since I can't, you're not off mute. Okay. All right. Am I missing anyone else before we, Steve?
Yeah, no, Barbara, circling back to Chris Frisbee's question, and Chris, it's great to see you, by the way. I know that the Lebanon Cemetery does have their 501c3 status. So I was wondering if Samantha or someone from Lebanon might be able to talk about both that process and what the requirements are.
Samantha, can you?
Sure, no problem. As far as with the requirements, it's not overly difficult, and we can make sure that that information is provided as far as the links. But as someone that writes grants for a living, I do want to also caution that sometimes we don't have to necessarily go out and all have our own individual nonprofit status, particularly some of the smaller groups. If you don't have that support, maybe that you don't have folks that can handle the financial side of things, handle the paperwork. Sometimes it's better to try and partner with an existing organization that has their 501c3 because you don't want to get yourself in trouble with these things. Now, benefits of having that 501c3 or nonprofit designation, certainly being able to apply for funds. Particularly right now, there's this momentum that's going on, certainly with the African-American burial grounds pending legislation, but just bringing an awareness to this. But what has happened in the past year all across the country, not just with COVID, but certainly on the social responsibility, racial equity, you hear those terms a lot. There's a significant amount of money that is available currently coming from corporations, coming from community foundations, grants that I haven't seen in my 20+ years of doing this. So it's a great time to get access to those funds. But as I said, it may be better at this point to see about going through or with another organization. Last thing that I will throw out also is through PA Hallowed Grounds and us being able to work together and network, if it would be a situation where, for instance, we wanted to try and digitize more of the records. I know that has been brought up many times. Some grants, the government entity such as like PHMC, the folks over at the Museum Commission, that they would not be able to apply for the grant, but a nonprofit could apply. So in that case, would we look at applying for a grant, but subcontracting with the folks that actually do this for a living to manage and run those programs through. So there's a lot of opportunity there, as well as being able to, certainly be able to accept donations and that people can have that tax write-off.
Great, Samantha, thank you so much. And I wanted to just mention that, so the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds this year, we incorporated as a state nonprofit. And one of the things that for different organizations, one of the things, a lot of us operate friends groups very informally. And one of the issues there is that you don't really have legal standing. And if anything happens, you don't have any liability protection. So one of the things you can do is incorporate at the state level. It's like 2/3 of the process to get to 501c3. It costs, I think it was $125 to incorporate. And you get the legal standing, you get the legal protection, but you don't get the nonprofit status in terms of grants and what you can do with 501c3 status. But you also don't have the same reporting requirements in terms of the filing the 990 and having some of the tax requirements. So for a lot of organizations, you may want to consider incorporating at the state level to give you more of a legal standing and also take some of the legal responsibility and liability off you as an individual. But as Samantha said, there's additional steps to get that 501c3 federal status. But in some cases, it might be easier to just partner with another organization rather than taking that next step. So thank you so much, Samantha. That was really great. Back to you, Barbara.
Thank you. You're funny. Okay, well, listen, people, we are at the point where we're just about done with the Q&A portion of this. However, what I would like to do, and this is something that we have done over the years since like 2013 when we were meeting in person. I think we're starting to get familiar and comfortable with the Zoom process and meeting people like this, but it's nothing like being in person. I would love to have met, I haven't even met Sam in person yet. So one day that shall happen. All of us will have to get together and just corral together and talk about different things that we need to have in our lives to support each other. But what I would like to do is, and what I used to do is go around the room and say, hey, tell us a little bit about where you're from, because I see that we have people from Florida, Virginia, Texas, Arkansas, and all over the country, a little bit of this and that. And I'm just loving this because, pre-COVID, we did what we had to do, and it's basically was just regional. We didn't have people from all over the state because nobody really wanted to travel too far, because you're in October and nobody wants to get out there in the dark and the rain and the snow. So this is just awesome. So maybe next year it'll be person and virtual, to pull people together. But I'm going to just pick a couple of people out here that's like staring at me right now, if you don't mind. And if we can take people off of mute and maybe do this for, just for a few moments. I see there is a person by the name of Dexter Davis. Dexter Davis, got a grin on your face. There you go. Hi, Dexter, how are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon. Yes, Dexter Davis is my name, and I'm here along with Dr. Pamela DeJarnett. We're representing the Green Lawn Cemetery in Chester Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. It's a cemetery that has been neglected for many years, but it is historical in nature. We have individuals that are buried in that cemetery that date back to 1812. It's A lot of Civil War veterans are buried in the Green Lawn Cemetery, as well as folks that fought in the Mexican-American War, as well as the other two great wars. So our organization has been established for about several months now. And we're working with our state representative to try to find necessary funds to help us to restore that cemetery. We have a community response, a very good community response, where folks in the community came together last spring to help to put the cemetery back in, a state where individuals could come out to view their loved ones that have gone on. But Dr. Deidre, if you want to add a couple more things to our group, since we're both here representing Green Lawn.
I'm just very grateful to have had the opportunity to participate in this. I happened to, during my research, run across the hallowed ground, and also with Dr. Berg, who was very kind to contact me and make me aware of this meeting, which I shared with the rest of our restoration committee. Green Lawn Cemetery was founded by my great-grandfather in 1907. And I'm researching him, and I'm finding that he's a very amazing person and has an amazing history. Apparently, he was born a slave in 1861 in Chestertown, Maryland. So I'm trying to connect the dots to find more about him, but also about the rich history of so many of the people who were interred in Green Lawn Cemetery. So this has been enormously helpful. Just listening to you and hopefully having you as a resource in the future, along with Dr. Berg, we'll get to our end goal, and that's having our cemetery restored and maintained, as well as finding out more of the history. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. And I see there's a Olivia Billups Curiton. Am I saying that wrong or right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Hi.
Yes, I live in Philadelphia, but I'm not involved with a particular cemetery, but I did find out about my ancestor, who was a Civil War veteran, and he was at a cemetery called Mount Calvary in Oxford, Pennsylvania. Okay. So there was I just want to, they did do some cleaning up. I found the church that was involved with it is no longer next to the cemetery, but they had a Boy Scout group actually clean up the cemetery very recently. So I'm hoping to get back. I haven't been since COVID. I'm hoping to get back to the cemetery to see if is being done there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, wonderful. Well, thank you for participating. What I'm hoping to hear from all of you is a little feedback, on what you thought about our sessions today, and with the hopes that we can, maintain it and improve them, and, hope for something even better, and something that we're going to have throughout the year periodically as an update, so that everybody can stay on board to get that inspiration to keep their cemeteries going. Let me just grab one more person. Amy, are you available to speak? Is it Thiriot? Thiriot. Amy?
Sure. Hi.
Go ahead, Amy.
I've been working for a decade on the history of the enslaved people in Utah territory. And so I've been working with the Utah chapter of OGS and a group called Semi Hadithi, a new group, a nonprofit that deals with African-American historical issues in Utah. And we're a few graves in to marking about 30 or 40 identified unmarked graves. And so this has been really useful to hear all this information and be introduced to some of the concepts that we need to consider and think through. Mm-hmm. So really appreciate the information here.
Well, this is great. Amy, were you on the African American Historical and
Yes, I spoke about
Okay, all right.
slavery in the American West.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Because I was on there too. I spoke on Saturday of last week, and I think I'm pretty sure I did listen into yours, and I had posted this event today about today. So that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. And you know,
Yes,
we'll have
thank
to
you.
be in contact with each other because we need to know what you're doing and how you're doing, and keep getting these updates throughout. Thank you. All right. Let me see who else. I'm just pulling at some of you just trying to put one name on there, your first name. How about Beverly?
I
Doing
am
okay?
I am here.
Okay,
and,
Beverly.
and I am just like probably one of the happiest learners of everything I'm hearing today. I'm a Delaware County, I work for the Delaware County Planning Department. I'm a preservation planner, and my wish would be to supplement the little bit I know about a few African American cemeteries or cemeteries who have found what they didn't know they had, African American remains. And I would love to organize the Delaware County cemeteries to see what we can gain together. So I'll be maybe posting some more information on, or more like, how can we all get together? Maybe even take a tour of the few I know, what I'm hearing more today. So I'd love to be involved in any way I can to help.
That would be great. In fact, one of the things that's been, we're talking about, in our meetings throughout the year is possibly having stewards or a steward that would be in charge of a particular area, quadrant, or whatever of the state, and having that being our head person to bring it back to the central area, so that we know what's going on, because being that, we don't have that many people at the top here, and we need all the help we can to keep us supported and moving forward. And we can't go to every single cleanup. We can't go to every single grave or a cemetery. That's virtually impossible because we all have our own cemetery. In fact, this morning I had to have somebody up there to get rid of the European hornet's nest that was hiding in the tree that was right next to where a new headstone is going to go. So there's constantly something that needs to be done. But the blessing is that you folks are signing on, that you do have an interest, and we want you to continue with that interest. I've been doing this for 30 years.
Wow.
And to hear that some of you are just coming on, some of you just doing it for a couple of years, try to keep that momentum going for 30 years.
No, that's a big push. Yes.
And that's what we need. We need people who are, energized and have that purpose and passion in life, to say, we're going to protect our ancestors. What are we going to do to make sure that they are not forgotten about? So I thank you so much, every one of you, for doing this. Deborah Ross, I'm going to conclude with you. Would you like to say a few words before we wrap this up? Deborah, are you available? Deborah Ross. Oh, there's Dennis. I haven't seen Dennis in a while. Okay, I don't see Deborah. Dennis, hi. How about Dennis Matega?
Just unmute. Hi. No, I just wanted to say hi. I spoke to you all, it's a few years ago. I talked about the creation of the African Burial Ground National Memorial in Lower Manhattan. But I just wanted to sort of just say hi. 60 people. This is a terrific meeting turnout. So Barbara, congratulations on that. Also, I work for the National Park Service. I run a monument preservation program there. So we do a lot of work with historic cemeteries and preservation of those. I'm also, the other hat I wear is that I'm president of the Association for Gravestone Studies, which is a national and now actually an international organization that looks at preservation of cemeteries, as well as better understanding of them, and from an interpretive standpoint. We also have state chapters and local chapters, and we just newly have a Pennsylvania chapter. So just thought I would just kind of mention that really quickly. It's sort of co-run by Joy Jajer, who's a professor at Penn State York, and Kemi Fletcher, who's done a lot of work within the space of boundaries in terms of cemeteries, done a lot of work with African-American cemeteries and other sort of marginalized communities. And so I would say go ahead and you might want to look into. As I say, they've just gotten going with that chapter, and they're trying to put some programming together. So I believe there's a Facebook page you can link up with them. So it's the Pennsylvania chapter of the Association for Gravestone Studies, and no, I know Steve well. Steve is on our editorial board. So anyways, I think all this work is great, and everything that we can do to help keep moving it forward. I've been taking a lot of notes today, so I'm probably going to be reaching out to some folks. So anyway, just wanted to say, thanks for all that this organization's doing too. So.
Okay, well, thank you, Dennis. It's always good to see you and hear from you. And, as well as everybody else. All right, so I think at this point, we're going to do we have any other questions? Just while waiting for legislation to pass. Let me just take a quick look to see if there's any other questions quickly here. Did I miss anything, Jeannie, Hunter, Brenda, anything at all? I'm not trying to shorten out anybody.
Tina had a question.
Okay. Who had a question? Tina, okay. While we're waiting for the legislation to pass, let's organize on our own, huh? Oh, that's a comment. Okay. Samantha says, yeah, we need you for another 30 years. Yeah, I plan on being around, but I don't think I'm going to be able to walk around the cemetery anymore. That would be lovely, but oh, well. I'm going to pass it on to you young folks. That's what I'm going to do. Pass it on to you youngins. All right. Oh, before we go, there is a young lady on here. Her name is Gabriela Martinez, right? Gabriela?
Yes, that is my name. Hi. I didn't think you were gonna call me. Hi.
I met up with Gabriela 2 days ago. Was it Thursday, right? Okay. And she is a WITF reporter. And she is doing Gabriella, go ahead and tell them about yourself, what you're doing.
Yeah, hi. So I'm a multimedia reporter for WITF, and I'm just doing like a short radio feature. It's actually end up not going to be short because I just keep learning about new cemeteries and new efforts, and just there's so much to learn that it's really hard to kind of rein in my reporting, but yeah, so I'm just working on the short radio feature and also a web story to accompany it. So I met up with Barbara this week to go to Midland, and I learned a bit of the history. There's just so much history to it. And I also went to Lebanon Cemetery and was planning to go there tomorrow as well to redo some of my audio from the cleanup efforts that they're leading with the Friends of Lebanon Cemetery. So and I've been reaching out to some of the people who presented here to learn more about their efforts. So this has been such a great, just different presentations, and I've just learned so much about it. But yeah, I can drop my email in the chat if you want to reach out, because I'm just kind of still learning, and I'm still interested in talking to other people to learn more about this.
So if any of you folks want to maybe do an interview with her in the future, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe in the future, that you hold on to her email address. WITF is a PBS channel, okay? And it's a good way to get the information out, and also to say, hey, look, you need some help maybe once in a while, okay? So, all right, anyway, folks, I'm going to say thank you everyone for participating, joining in. We had quite a few people that signed up. Some people signed in this morning and pulled out, and we had people signing in late, which is good. Obviously the desire is there to learn, to be a part of, to be supportive and everything else. And all I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you until we meet again. I'm going to turn this over now to my vice chair, which is Crystal Crampton, who is going to do a wrap up for us. And I say, c'est la vie. Thank you. Go ahead, Crystal.
Good afternoon, everyone. This has been such a great conference that we have. We thank you from just traveling from near and far and taking that Saturday out to hear some of our rich history that's all over this country. Some of our challenges that we were seeing in the chats, we need to network. Ask for help, because when you ask for help, people do listen. You can ask for help in your local bureaus, the VFWs, your churches, the local townships, and even local people who just are willing to come out, like some of us. Some of us started out as local people. As Barbara said, she's been in it for 30 years. I've been in it for about 37. 7 of those years by myself. And then as I started talking and telling people what I was doing, I wasn't known as that cemetery lady, or as one of our presenters said, zombies. You know, we look forward to, you can go in the libraries and they help. They have people who are just willing to help and donate their time as well as funds. Opportunities that we can face, go to businesses and tell them what you're doing. It just takes that one person after you told the story maybe about 15 times. Tell them you're having a cleanup project. Go to your public, contact national, news medias. Social media is a way now to go. You can get on social media, churches, city council, your townships. And as they said, bug your legislators. They don't want to have problems in their township. So if you're one of those problems, they might help you. I like to thank all of our speakers. I'm going to try to get all this. If I forget anyone, I'm truly sorry, but we have Kelly, Jason, Julia, Joe Beckman, Dr. Woods and his staff and B, Dr. Leroy, Lisa, Samantha, Anna, all the stewards, caretakers, zombies, passions lovers of the cemeteries and history of not only Black Civil War soldiers, but our history in general all across America. I did, as vice president, have a list of everybody who was on this conference, but if I read every single one of them, we'll be here for another hour. We just really like to thank you again for taking that time and hearing what's going on in our communities. Because we could be right side by side and you don't know what everyone else is doing because we're so focused on our cemeteries. But like I said, if we start talking to each other and talking to different people, we can link up. Look for great things to come with our organization here. We have a website, Facebook. We need your feedback because without that feedback, we can't help you. So I just really thank you. My cemetery is Bucktoe Cemetery in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, where we're a part of the Underground Railroad. We just became partners with Kennett Heritage Center, which is in Kennett Square and part of the Kennett Square Underground Railroad. So again, we truly, truly thank you and make sure you look for greater things to come with us. So have a blessed day and we'll see you soon.
Take care, everybody. Take a look at the workshop in archaeology for next week on Saturday, October the 30th at the Pennsylvania State Museum. I will be one of the presenters there. Hope to see you there. Take care. God bless. Have a good one. Bye.